Hi everyone, and welcome to the first Visma Security. Hi everyone, and welcome to the
Pat, you're muted on the stream.
Yes.
Nobody can hear you.
Sorry. So let's start again. Hello and welcome everyone to the stream. You are watching Visma Security Conference, Staying Secure in the Pandemic. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for choosing our conference. I know there are plenty of conferences going virtual this year, but you chose ours today, so thank you for that. This is a live-streamed event, so feel free to ask questions and chat with other viewers during the event in the chat window to your right. After each speaker, we will have a 10-minute Q&A for your questions. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel to get notified afterwards when we have uploaded all talks and the recorded events. My name is Per Olsson, and I work in Visma as an application security engineer, mainly with focus on automation, education, and cultural change. I will be the technical director for today's event, so with me I have a team of colleagues that will help out throughout the day, such as our hosts and panelists that you will meet shortly. We are all working from home, as you may see, so let's cross our fingers that the technology will be on our side today. There's no scheduled breaks today, but feel free to drop in and out if you like and keep yourself hydrated and healthy. We hope that you will enjoy both our internal and external speakers sharing their experience on different topics. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to our hosts. So sit back and let's get started.
So, hi everyone, and welcome to the first Visma Security Conference that we have virtually. I am very thrilled and excited today because we have been planning this for months. The conference is called SecCon 2020. So to start with, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Isabel Quiroga-Arkvik, and I work with communication and awareness and security at Visma. I am so honored to be your host today. I'm not going to be your host by myself. My colleague Hella Hobbelhagen is also going to be the host, and she works together with me with security, communication, and awareness, and she will soon introduce herself. So first, a few words about Visma. Visma is the company that makes the world a better place through software. And the Visma Group consists of 200 companies or business units in more than 20 countries, and we are growing all the time. I'm really, really proud to be part of this company. Visma prioritizes security at a top level. Visma obtains security in every service, every product, every application, in all the infrastructure, and in every office that we have. That is a lot. Maybe most importantly, Visma wants security to be part of every person that works in Visma, all the employees, because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility and everybody's contribution is so important, especially now since we live in a pandemic and we work from home. Today, we're going to see 9 amazing talks, everything around the subject that is so current right now, and that is how to stay secure in a pandemic. Now, very soon, Helle will introduce herself. She will also take you through some technicalities of how you ask questions, and please do ask questions. We have a panel and we want to talk with you. So she will also have a look at the agenda. So please, Helle, go ahead.
Yes. So hello, my name is Helle Hoblagen, and I also have the pleasure of being your host today. And in terms of how today's conference will unfold, each speaker will hold a pre-recorded presentation. And after the presentation, the speaker will be available for a live Q&A with our panel. Your questions can be asked in the chat here on the side. Pretty sure it's here, yeah. And we'll answer them during the panel discussion that will follow each presentation. If you're tweeting or if you're on LinkedIn or any other social media as we speak, please use the hashtag SecCon, Visma SecCon. We'll keep going until 15:30 Central Time today. And if you'd like to see this conference again later, it will be recorded and made available on this YouTube channel. The agenda is very simple. There's one new talk every 30 minutes, so no tracks or simultaneous sessions, so you don't have to worry about what talk to listen in on. The agenda for today can be found in detail on our conference website, which is visma.com/secon2020, where you can read more about the speaker and the introduction to their talks. It's a very diverse and comprehensive agenda, and we'll go ahead with great speakers that will cover many topics that are especially relevant now during a global pandemic, ranging from everything from cyber stalking, machine learning, to the joy of passwords, and all the way to penetration testing and social engineering, and so on. And we're very excited to get started, and we're happy to share today's conference with all of you. And now, Isabel, I will let you have the pleasure to introduce today's first speaker.
Thank you. So I have the honor of introducing the very first presenter at SecCon 2020. And this is our own Per Olsson, the person who spoke in the beginning. He works, as told, as an application security engineer in the product security team in Visma. So all of us have been working from home for around 6 months now. Personally, I've been home for 9 months. Psychologists have predicted that this time is now when we actually are having to worry about people's mental health. And this is a fact that also cyber criminal takes advantage of. They want to victimize us when we are the most vulnerable. But actually, there is something that we all can do to stay secure. And that is to always educate ourselves and stay up to date with trends and know what to do and not to do. Therefore, we have decided to start this conference with Per giving a good news picture of the threats in the world right now. So welcome, Per.
Och nu har min video börjat. So the pandemic had a huge impact in many regards, both good and for bad. It has also significantly accelerated the pace of change and transformed what we do, how we do it, and where we do it. This is also known as digitalization, how we and our customers use digital technologies to transform the business model and how we interact with each other. Many can now work from home, and for example, our pets no longer have to miss us the entire day. We also save time by not having to commute, and we can spend that time on things that matters. For example, family and so on. From a cybersecurity perspective, it has also led to many industries such as healthcare, education, commerce, but also many smaller businesses quickly had to adapt to this new reality and open up their network and or move to the cloud. While working digital opens up a lot of opportunity, it also is a paradox in a way that it also creates a lot of new challenges. I often compare cybersecurity to an onion. It has many layers of defense. And when working remotely in the cloud, some of these existing layers or cybersecurity measures, such as everyone being in the same office that is under our control, being on the same controlled and secured network, and using the company's managed devices, that does no longer apply. Today, people are working from all over the place, share the same network with other family members and IoT devices, Internet of Things devices, such as smart TVs and smart speakers. And you may also let your kids use your company device to play games now when you have the device at home. There is also no IT department anymore to help you when you're having issues at home. And you probably don't have like any key cards or security cameras at home that many of the offices does. These are some examples of the layers of the onion that we no longer have. The good thing here is that cybersecurity is also the enabler of trust. Only by having strong cybersecurity defenses, we can build trust that a digital and cloud-based solution can be both open and secure, and often even more secure than a locally product if done properly, since every customer does no longer have to be an expert in security. However, we are not the only ones working remotely. Hackers have for a very long time been working on the internet and remotely, and they are used to work this way. Their motives are often financial, either by locking a user's file, blackmailing them and gaining access to financial system, or by selling secret data. But not all hackers are evil, like you will hear both Evan and Ioana talk about later, how we both hire hackers and how we pay the good hackers to help us to stay secure. Hackers have also adopted of this new way of working, and they use more automated attacks such as credential stuffing, trying previously stolen credentials on many different places in the hope to gain access now that many networks and applications have been put online. That is why it's so important to have a secure password, and the only way to do that today is basically to have a password manager. Activating 2FA, two-factor authentication, also known as multi-authentication. Multi-factor authentication is one of the best protections you can do to stay secure today. Did you know, for example, that 84% of cyber attacks rely on social engineering? So tricking users into clicking a link in a phishing email and installing harmful code. And then they can, for example, lock your files and blackmail you. This is from a recent report from ENISA, the European Agency for Cybersecurity. This is also known as ransomware, and our CISO, Ole William, will talk about more of this in the final session. Both ransomware, financial fraud, and phishing has increased during the last couple of months. Some other interesting things in this report from ENISA is that it takes an average of 6 months to detect a breach. So some attacks that happened in the early stage of the pandemic are probably being detected right about now. In this report, 71% of organizations also experienced malware activity that spread from one employee to another, very much like the virus that is spreading all across the world right now. 230,000 new strains of malwares are detected every day. Well, let's hope that the coronavirus won't be mutating into that many strains. But matter of fact is that COVID-19 is just one strain of the coronavirus, others being SARS and MERS. Different coronaviruses has been identified since the early 30s, but believed to have existed for since at least 8000 BC. If we return back to cybersecurity, we can see that both computer viruses and biological viruses have many things in common. Protecting ourselves against both requires similar countermeasures such as isolation, monitoring, and applying patches or a vaccine to prevent infections. If you're interested in reading more about the latest trends in cybersecurity, I will include the link to the European Union's Agency for Cybersecurity's report. And with that, I hope you will enjoy the rest of the talks today. and see you soon live. Thank you, and stay safe, stay secure.
Thank you very much, Per, for this walkthrough of what's going on in the world of security. And hopefully in the future, you will be able to share some news and views in the form of a vlog or a video podcast. But we need to talk a bit more with you. And if the public has any questions, it is now time for the Q&A with our lovely panel. And today's panel consists of my colleague Joachim Taurén and Jona Hoikala.
Hello.
They're both application security architects here at Visma, and they both share a long experience within the industry, both professionally, but also on a personal level. I will let you guys take over from here.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you.
So yeah,
So Jona, I think you had the first question, which was really good. So shoot.
yeah. So as Pat is our colleague, I promised to give him like a hard time, but yeah, it's not like that. Basically, something like struck my ear there. You were telling that not all hackers are criminals, which I believe carries an implication that hackers are criminals in the first place. I would basically like to turn it around and throw a ball of not all criminals are hackers, maybe. Because yes, I think that's really much true. It's criminals are criminals and hackers hack.
Yes, of course. It also depends on how you define a hacker. I know many hackers tend to prefer the term security researcher instead.
Yeah. I think anyone who kind of identifies as a hacker does not identify as a criminal. But yeah,
You guys
it's
really
kind of
need you and your fucking tinfoil hats is all I'm saying.
So yeah, I kind of prefer the original kind of definition, not the kind of easy path that the press has taken over the years, where basically cyber criminals are called hackers per se. I think cyber criminal is kind of a better word for it.
I agree.
Because it carries the kind of implication of a crime. But yeah.
Yeah. So I guess during this pandemic, I think what was really interesting in your talk there, Pat, was that we have different strains of viruses, both in the real world and in the cyber world. So do you see any patterns between these strains? Do you see how sort of different viruses mutate in the real world versus the cyber world?
Not really, but of course there's a lot of patterns. Like once they infect one target, they tend to spread to other targets nearby, which it does both a virtual virus and a biological virus. So there's a lot of similarities, yes. But of course, I'm no doctor, so.
So like a borrowing from the computer virus terminology, the COVID is actually a worm. Sorry, Joachim, please go ahead.
But my question is, where can I get a cyber mask?
I would guess the equal thing to a mask would be like tinfoil hat, maybe. Some kind of protection. Not sure if it helps or not.
I think maybe like assistance of communicating, because like as the masks work in a way that you actually protect others by wearing a mask. I think the mask equivalent is to kind of just to I don't know, block outgoing traffic from firewall or something like that.
I would also say another type of mask is awareness and understanding and getting the knowledge and learn more all the time.
Yeah, that's true. That's really much true. And that's, I believe, why we all are here right now as well. So it's SecCon mask.
Yeah, we're giving out free masks to everyone.
But of course, that's important also with the biological virus to keep up to date and what's going on. So awareness is always important, regardless of what type of virus is it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and there are actually, especially in the case of the phishing attacks you mentioned, the current real world, like a meat world virus situation has been kind of used as a Trojan horse there as well. So they are kind of crossing paths in that sense as well.
And of course, there has also been evidence that cyber criminals are using the other pandemic in their favor, such as in the beginning when there was all of these pandemic maps. They created fake pages with malware on, and they also send out phishing email pretending to be national health authorities.
Yeah, sorry, there's a question in the chat about are articles enough to help security or awareness in my company?
No, of course not. Sharing articles is just one way, but this is something that we have to continuously do on multiple in multiple different channels. So articles is just one way. Trainings and having other physical protections, like in the pandemic, having a mask. So there is no single answer that only do this and everything is fine. You have to do multiple things. Just like I mentioned with the onion in my talk, you have to do multiple things to protect yourself.
Yeah.
So I got a kind of a follow-up question to the mask thing. So is there any way that I can wash my hands in cyber world?
Yes, I would say cyber hygiene. So lock your computer when you walk away, use a password manager, use 2FA, just standard cyber hygiene, I would call that.
If I can add something, I would say a cyber hygiene for companies would be to actually be transparent, to share information and make sure that not hide information from other companies. Because if we're going to fight this war against the cyber criminals, we really need to do it together, a united effort.
Yeah, and my take on cyber hygiene is obviously related to Per Torsheim's talk, Mr. Password. So having a password manager is also a good cyber hygiene. And probably the other Per will talk more about that. We have another question. Yeah, what basic security advice can you give for normal, not technical people working from home?
Good question.
Yes, I mentioned some of the things in my talk, and some other speakers will also mention some good advices, but the best way is to use a two-factor authentication. It's not that hard because you can have it today in your mobile device, so you don't need to have any complicated apps or physical YubiKeys or things like that. But that is the most important thing that you can do. Of course, having ad blockers or things like that in your browser, it's a set once and forget thingy, and it will also go a very long way, protecting you at least with the basics.
We also have a follow-up question. Is you mentioned 2FA, MFA. Is SMS still viable, or what's the best method of MFA security versus convenience for end users?
I won't go into technical details, but I would say any 2FA is better than no 2FA. of course, there is always some multi-factor authentication implementations that are better than others, but any, of course, is better than nothing. So I hope that's a good answer.
Yeah. We have another question. Do you do scans in dark web to make sure that there are no data leaks from Visma company?
Yes, we do. So we have actually partnered with a company called Recorded Future. And there is also a report on an incident we had a few years ago that you can read more about on the internet. You can basically just Google for Visma hacked, and you will find articles on Reuters, Forbes, your local newspaper, and Recorded Future's blog post about it. So yes, we do.
So there's one more question. I believe we have time for one more. It's kind of the same, but in a even kind of more radical way. What single security recommendation I can give to my 90-year-old dad? Passwords on paper or something like that?
Writing down papers isn't as bad as long as you treat it as a secure document. So, but then again, I'm not sure if I would give a single advice to was it his grandfather or something. I would say install a ad blocker on his browser and set it and forget it.
Yeah, that's everything that's kind of a default and and transparent is always great.
And of course, there is password managers that are actually pretty good today in most of the large browsers, such as Chrome and Firefox. So for his grandfather, I would actually recommend to use the native stuffs. They are still better than having a single password on all services.
Yeah, thank you for these answers. And with that, I'll give the word over to our host to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Joachim. So I'm very eager to present the first external speaker that we have, and that is Fredrik Alexandersson, and he's also called Stök. So what does Stök mean? Stök is a Swedish word. It stands for messy or untidy. So basically what Fredrik or Stök does is that he enters a company and he helps them to clean up their mess security-wise. One thing that is very important with Fredrik is that he wants everybody to learn by themselves. He's a really true fan of awareness. So he teaches us how to clean up your security mess and how to keep it clean. Stök, as you will see soon, he has a very big personality, a lot of energy, a lot of spirit. So we will soon hear when he demystifies and simplifies the methods that cyber criminals use when they hack us. So these can actually be bought on the internet by ethical hackers and non-ethical hackers for not much money at all. So welcome, Stök.
Hi, my name is Fredrik Alexandersson, but I'm probably more known by my hacker handle Stök. And when I'm not helping secure Fortune 500 organizations by finding security vulnerabilities in the web application or creating cybersecurity related content on YouTube, I'm passionate about helping organizations just like yours to level up their security posture. Okay, so most of the things that I do tend to be quite technical, but today I'm trying to demystify and simplify some of the tools used by security professionals and cybersecurity criminals to identify and find vulnerabilities in internet-facing assets. And the tools that we're going to get a little bit of a grasp upon today are readily available for anyone to use, and it doesn't cost more than a couple of $100 a month or so to get all of them and be up and running. So it's a very, very easy step for you to get starting today on attacking your organization to secure your organization on a budget. But before we dig into all the hacking and fun stuff, I need to ask you a genuine question. And that is, have you ever used a password more than once on 2 different websites? I kind of know the answer because I know I did. And I realized that the hard way, because suddenly one day I got a ding in my phone, a 2-factor authentication login that wanted me to approve a login to a service that I didn't log into. And the only way that I can figure out that was happened is that somebody got a hold of my email address and my password. And there had been this breach lately where a lot of passwords and an email address had been exposed. And I know I was a part of that. So the first thing I did was to, of course, change my password, and I got a little bit worried, so I changed all the password. And if you're like me, maybe you're one of those persons that just had your password listed inside a book somewhere. That's not really the best idea. I would totally recommend you to get some kind of password manager with a 2-factor authentication, so you can generate unique passwords for all the sites that you use, and then also have 2FA globally on all those sites. Because even though we're gonna take a bit of a 360 view on how you can identify the assets and potential weaknesses on your organization, there is probably a higher chance that your organization is going to get breached and hacked by somebody either sending a phishing email or brute forcing a password to get access to whatever service that they want to get access to. And there is this old saying that says, whatever goes on the internet stays on the internet. And that is actually quite true, because right this minute, there are like thousands of scanners just running all over the internet and trying to identify IP addresses and ports and what kind of services and stuff that are running. They're run either by malicious actors or by organizations that just want to see the internet data and the flow that goes on. This is normal. This stuff happens on the internet. And maybe you're one of those persons, just like me, that likes to put stuff on the internet. I put stuff on the internet all the time. It could be a web service. It could be it can even be a NOS like this one here, like a classic NOS. So this one in particular, all you need to do is to put some disks in, boot it up, smash in the Ethernet cable, and voila, you're kind of up and running. The challenge with stuff like this is that they are not always hardened by design. Some are, some aren't. Like the default password for a QNAP like this used to be admin. That was kind of the password that was in it. And there's thousands of devices on the internet that has that admin password still available. There's also loads of them that has file shares publicly available for anyone to view, because at some stage whoever put that online wanted to share some files and photos from their adventure, and ended up in sharing it with the whole world, because whatever goes on the internet kind of stays on the internet. QNAP has lately secured their solution a bit, so now at least we know the password is the first MAC address of the Ethernet card, which is probably not brute forceable at all. Okay, anywho. So if we were curious to see how many of these devices that are actually available on the internet, we could use a really nifty search engine called Shodan. And Shodan is just like Google, but it means that it indexes and identifies stuff and that are available on the internet. But in this case, it's primarily focused around capturing IoT devices or servers or ports and that kind of stuff. There's even this term called Shodan Safari, where you'll just browse through different services that are available on Shodan and find anything from webcams that are aligned to actually like wind turbines that are available with admin panel straight into the internet. It's quite a ride, to be honest. But if we would search for, let's say, any certificate that has any device that has a certificate with the name QNAP in it, it would mean that we will look for devices that has that self-issued certificate that a QNAP NOS would create. We will find about 300,000 devices available on the internet. And if we also would like to break that down a bit, we'll start to look for, let's say, port 137 or port 445 to see if there's a file share enabled on those servers. If it is, and it doesn't require any kind of authentication, in theory, and I mean in theory, accessing this device would be a crime. You're not authorized to access it. But in theory, you could read whatever kind of stuff that's available on that box. And you don't want that to happen to you. So a very good thing for you is just to Google yourself using Shodan. Look for your certificates. Do you have a certificate name or organizational name that you can look for and maybe see what stuff do you have that's available for Shodan to identify and then adapt accordingly. So one of the first things that I do when I'm approaching a new target or working with the client is to get an idea about the kind of assets or the organization and tools and services that this organization uses. And a very simple website that will help you to get a really fast overview is a website called DNS Dumpster. So just type in the domain of your organization, or in this case, we're going to do visma.com. And what you'll see here directly is that we're going to see what kind of DNS servers they're using, what kind of MX records they are having. In this case, we can see that Visma is apparently using Gmail as their email provider. We can also see the TXT records here, which kind of tell us that they're also using at least some parts of Office 365 or maybe Azure, since the MS equals identification number is here in the text record, which shows us that they have verified their domain with Microsoft solutions. So they are definitely not only working in Google space. The rest of the stuff we see here is subdomains, and subdomains are other assets that maybe they are running different kind of services on. And subdomains are very, very important. That's a big part of identifying what's going on, because the naming standard of a subdomain could kind of give away how the designers or the developers or the system architects are thinking. Just by looking at the names of the subdomains will give you an idea what kind of services they are using or running. And another nifty way to find what kind of DNS records they're using is to use crt.sh, which is a transparency certificate lookup service where you can just type in the domain and it will show you all the certificates that has been issued to that organization. Even those that are self-created in, let's say, AWS. So it's a very simple way for you to get an idea about all the subdomains or asset that either your company is using or that somebody else is using. A very interesting thing we can see here directly is one of the DNS servers that are being run by Visma in this case seems to be self-hosted. And if I'm hosting a DNS server, it probably is going to contain the assets and domains for the organization that I control. Google will have its own, right? And there's a big chance that Visma is hosting things that belongs to them and not my stuff. So if we're using another free tool available by the creator of DNS Dumpster called Hacker Target's Find Share DNS servers, we can easily just type in the name of the DNS servers and see all the other domains that have a relationship to that DNS server. And in this case, there's going to be a lot of probably new or old companies that Visma through the years has acquired. Some are probably legacy and not being used anymore. But this is a really good insight for us, because if we're doing a phishing campaign, it's always helpful to have as much data as possible around the target. Let's say that you wanted to contact them and say that blah, blah, blah domain is about to expire. Please click this link to verify. Or that you're saying, I was the previous owner of blah, blah, blah company, and I need help to identify certain stuff. And it's also a very good repository to find domains that kinda look like a legit domain, because these are probably already trusted domains that will be very easy to spoof and use when you're attacking somebody. Because you would be amazed how easy it is to fool somebody to click a link if the domain just looks almost as close to the original. And buying a domain, yeah, that doesn't cost much. Okay, so we have now collected all the subdomains, or at least part of them, the ones that we can find. We can find even more by brute forcing for more subdomains, but that's a totally different approach. Our next step is to identify what other kind of assets belongs to this organization. And since we know Visma is quite a big organization, there's a big chance they also own a couple of IP networks. We can then use a service called ipinfo.io, which is super nifty and API based. So if we just type in visma.com here, we're going to get all the ASN networks or IP ranges that are directly connected to that organization. If we save all these IP addresses, we can now start to port scan and see what kind of assets are open and available for us to access in those ranges. We know that these belongs to Visma because they are the authority of those IP ranges. So we will definitely just stay inside scope. But it's also very interesting here, if we wanted to do this passively and not be actively just poking the services, to go back again and use a network search filter on Shodan to see what's running on those services. And then passively, without ever touching any of the servers, get an idea of what our next step would be in the attack phase. And this is information that's going to be around for a very long time, most likely, because there's this other service that I'm a really huge fan of, and it's archive.org. And it seems like it's just a repository that caches and stores websites in their current state. And that's actually what it is. But it's a very good way to use that to find information that you're not actually supposed to find anymore. Maybe you published some stuff on the internet a couple of months ago and you now deleted it because you realized that the stuff that was on that website is not something that you're proud of, or maybe it's even some documentations in PDF file that you realize that you put up there that needs to be removed. That is most likely going to be indexed by the Wayback Machine at archive.org. So I challenge you to check out your own internet history by typing in your websites or some of the subdomains that you identified on archive.org to see whatever snapshots or indexed files that you can find there. There are some gems to be found. That's true. I hear you say, I don't host anything. I don't own any of my own IP ranges. How would that be a problem for me? I have everything in the cloud. Well, there's another service called recon.dev, which does all this identification and scanning for us. So it continuously just checks the IP space of Amazon and some of the other cloud providers, checking the certificates and seeing whatever stuff is running on those, and gets that into a database. For a few bucks a month, you can make a query to there. And since IP addresses change really fast online, it's a very good way for you to just identify assets that are running in the cloud. And hey, it just takes a query. You don't need to scan the whole address range. ReconDev has done that for you. Okay, since we now has identified all the assets, we know what kind of ports that are running on our services, we know the subdomains that we collected, and we know what kind of third-party services that our target is running. It's now time for us to scan our infrastructure to see if there's any misconfigurations or if there's any known like bugs and CVEs in the network. And I can hear you thinking like, what? Should I just run all this stuff against my infrastructure? What if it crashes? Don't worry, somebody's already doing it for you. So it's better that you know what's going on than just realizing later that somebody else has just broke into your network, because they're not going to ask for permission. Scans run all the time. So you can either use really high-end solutions like Nessus or other services, maybe even get Detectify to look at all your assets to see what goes on, and they will create amazing reports for you that you can get your security to go through. But since we're running on a budget here, we can use some of the work that's been created by the Bounty community. And there's a group of people called Project Discovery that create some amazing open source tools that does a lot of these things for you for free. So one of them that I will recommend you to look into is called Nuclei, which is a template scanner. All you need to do is to have a Ubuntu box or some kind of Nix box that you're running Go on, so you can use this template. And then you take all the subdomains and you take all the templates that they have available for you, because the templates contains new CVEs, there's going to be misconfiguration, there's going to be a lot of stuff that other people would be interested about your organization. And it's always better for you to know that too, what they could find and what they're looking for. So then you just take all the subdomains, you throw them straight through Nuclei using all the templates, and just hit your own infrastructure and see whatever comes out. Because if there are some critical CVEs in there, you kind of need to start looking at your logs, because then it's a pretty big chance that you've already been breached. And we don't want that to happen, do we? So yeah, check out Nuclei. When you've done that scanning and you identified all these admin panels that you have hanging out there, and you tested to log in with admin and the default passwords that you have on your appliances and stuff, it's now time to take it one step extra, and it's to identify your weakest link, the humans. So we got this. It's time to look for leaked passwords, because passwords, like I said in the beginning, are from breaches. And you can get these by downloading them off shady internet sites, or you can use a service called Dehashed. Apparently they got about 15 billion password that are collected through breaches, and it's a really simple user interface to use. It doesn't cost much, about $5 for a week use, and just to get a snapshot of your organization, see what kind of email addresses and passwords that's been leaked is a really good way to know your security posture. Because if your CTO or some really important C-level person is on that list and they haven't changed their password, you kind of need to go to them right now and change their password for them. That's how it works. And if you got some cash to spend, why not get yourself or your team a couple of Burp Suite licenses? That's a perfect tool for you to find vulnerabilities in your own web app facing applications. So just fire that up, crawl the website, and then just run the scanner that's included in Burp to identify all the low-hanging fruit that you potentially could be at risk with. And you're also going to be a better buyer, because you know what kind of stuff you have. And it's going to be easier for you to ask that organization that's going to help you with your security posture out by saying, we have done all these things. They are super cool. We use these tools. How could we be better at the things that we do? And one thing that keeps a lot of people up at night and what drives worry and anxiety is lack of certainty. What we don't know, we worry about. It's like when you have to pay the tax man, right? And you don't know how much money you're going to pay. You can worry about how much money you need to pay the tax man. But as soon as you know how much money you have to pay, then you can just get a plan, get that cash and pay it off. You don't even worry about it anymore. It's just a new goal for you. The same thing is with your internet-facing assets. And I'm talking about everything here. It's the services that you use, the users that you protect, the stuff that you put on the internet. Because as we learned today, whatever you put on the internet is going to be found by someone at some time, sooner or later. So I hope you got some ideas on how you can attack your own organization and level up your security posture a little bit. if you want to know more about the things that I do, you can always head over to stokefritic.com. There's a lot of educational videos about tools that I use and a lot of bug bounty hunters use as well. So that could be a good place for you to start if you're not really invested into deeper security issues or work. So, but until next time, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Take care.
Thank you very much, Stoke, for an interesting speech. And thank you for demystifying some of these tools that can be used to find these vulnerabilities. It is almost scary to see what can be found online when you know what you're talking about.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the talk.
That was an amazing talk.
No, thanks for having me. It was really, really good to be able to talk about. For me to doing this kind of presentation in a semi-non-super technical way to get more people engaged. You know, maybe you're working as a IT admin, maybe you're just a normal person working on the blue team side, and all you see is your logs constantly filling up with shit, and you don't know where they're coming from. Like, I guess a lot of people have been looking at logs and seen the FFUF header in there that you put in there, Jonah. Pro tip for any bounty hunters there: make sure you do the DAS age and put your own header in to stay underneath the radar of the socks. But yeah, just being able to actually talk about security and the awareness around it, and show tools that are free and easy to use that you can start using today. The threshold to get into hacking your own organization is that high if you want to. So yeah. No, thank you for having me. Thank you.
And before I forget, happy birthday, man.
Woo-hoo!
Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Can we get some hype in the chat for Stoke's birthday?
Yeah. Get some hype in the chat for my birthday. I'm very.
Yeah.
I was trying to. Every people that's in the security industry kind of like puts their fake birthday on social media. I've done that on all the ones except LinkedIn, apparently. And I woke up to like a couple of hundred happy birthday to you, and I realized, okay, maybe it's a good idea to just go public with it. So 11/11 is my birthday. So yeah.
Nice. Well, yeah, everybody is born in 1st of January. 1917.
First of April is very common too.
People were really enjoying your physics and lighting in your room or your background. People were saying
not one of those fake ones.
Yeah.
It's a real one.
Yeah. So they were telling that it's like a trip down the memory lane to the Hackers movie from the beginning of the 90s.
I have to agree. I love vaporwave and all that 80s and 90s, early 90s nostalgia. And the other day I saw this movie called Bloodsport with Van Damme. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a classic karate kind of kung fu movie, and it's so amazing to see it because that fashion is coming back again. Like you're having the squared cold pants and really cool colored sweaters and stuff. I'm like, oh damn. That looks fresh, and now it's just early 90s. So definitely check out Bloodsport if you want a fashion advice in 2020.
We have a bunch of questions from the chat. So one of the first ones that I noticed is: do you have advice for parents with kids from 5 to 10 years old that wants to explore the internet and connect with friends on social media and their preferred gaming platforms?
Yeah, for sure. Like let them roam freely, but be a parent at the same time. Like in the beginning, do it together with them and just teach them about the obstacles, because there's going to be life on the internet is hard. If you're one of those parents that let your kid go to the local play place, and if somebody says, he's ugly, I don't like that guy, that's going to be your everyday situation on the internet. You need to grow with thick skin because everybody's just being really freaking rude online. And that can hurt people. So you need to educate them about the social aspects of life. People will be rude on the internet, and that has nothing to do with you.
Yep, that's a good one. There's a few kind of other questions as well that I spotted. Like one was a question about the domain typo squatting. Do you know of good tools to kind of monitor the typo squatting domains being either registered or like getting a certificate for or something like that?
To be honest, I don't really know, but I guess you could, in theory, like automate like the regex that continuously just checks crt.sh, the tool that I talked about, to get transparency logs and see if somebody just got a fake certificate using any kind of like certificate service for your domain. Then you at least know that the HTTPS one is going to be used. I would say try to script that, but get like let's say we're doing Visma, right? And go for the capital one. So anything that contains Visma, you kind of want to know. So that you can easily just smash that up with a little bit of a cron job or something that runs continuously and just gives you a Slack notification when a new domain that looks like yours being presented. I would probably do that.
Yeah, I'm personally aware of two commercial services. Other one is Recorded Future, and the other one is something called Hardenize, which is still, I don't think it's live yet, but it's in kind of a pre-production or so.
Sick.
Gonna be cool.
Yeah. There's a guy asking about a book from 2016 about securing my network and system. Is it already old and outdated, or can I use it and combine it with new stuff to be secure?
No, you can use that and get like the Web Application Hackers Handbook and all those, the POC, GTFO, all those books. Read those and have fun, but they can be a bit daunting if you haven't done that before. So I would say get some kind of, like, all the information that you need is going to be available on the world's second biggest search engine, YouTube. And with a little bit of awareness, you can just watch all the amazing talks that's been presented over the years, especially this year, like pandemic year. Information is free. It's all over. It's all about how much time you have to invest in, look at it, and just make sure that you watch it and you take notes, because you're gonna forget. We are humans. It goes straight in, straight out. So I would say, if you want to have a book and somebody curate the information for you, do understand you got their view. So that's my takeaway.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much it. We don't have time for more questions, but you can find Stack on Twitter and social media everywhere. Thank you so much for this amazing talk. And with that, I'll give it over to I think the chat is active. I don't know if Stack has time to answer some of the questions in the chat as well, but yeah.
I'll be around. I'll answer a couple of questions. And so thank you so much for having me, and have a great day, everyone.
Yeah.
Likewise.
Yeah. Again, thank you, Stack, for your participation.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Martin Öberg from Visma, and he's working in security operations, and a part of his job is to be a bit of a cyber criminal hunter, which sounds very hardcore and very cool. And I'd love to hear more about that. But today he's going to take us through how to identify who's behind an attack. So over to you, Martin.
Hello and welcome to this talk about cyber attribution. My name is Martin Öberg and I work in the Visma Product Security Operations Center, or the product SOC for short. I've been in Visma for quite some time. I started out as a developer and then systems architect, but now I work full-time with application security. And this brings me to the topics of this talk, which is cyber attribution. And if you don't know what that means, that's fine, because that's what we will go through. Cyber attribution is the process of identifying and tracking those responsible behind an act of cybercrime. With attribution, I usually also mean not only identifying the individuals, but also their motivation and goals. Another thing most investigators agree on is that attribution is hard. It's very hard, even to the point where most organizations don't even bother. Another term that you should be familiar with is threat actor, because I will use that a lot. Many times we don't know if a single person, a group of persons, or a government organization or some other kind of entity are the ones responsible of a crime. So for convenience, we simply use the term threat actor, which can mean all of the above. But what is it specifically that makes cyber crimes more difficult to investigate compared to traditional crimes? Let's go through some of the challenges involved. One of the key challenges is the fact that it's so easy to stay anonymous online today. Every computer on the internet is identified with an IP address. If a threat actor attacks a victim directly from their own computer, their IP will be visible to the victim. Each address is owned by a service provider, and that service provider will know who is using that address. Law enforcement can request the identity of the attacker from the service provider given the IP. This can be very effective in certain scenarios, but more experienced threat actors, of course, understand this, and they make sure to protect themselves. One way to do this is to use a proxy server. A proxy server works by relaying information from the attacker to the victim. The victim server only sees the IP of the proxy server, so the attacker's IP will remain unknown. Of course, the proxy can still see the attacker IP, so in theory, the police or law enforcement can request that information from the proxy provider. This takes time, however, and some privacy-focused proxy providers go to great length to avoid disclosing this information at all. To protect even further, it's also common to use multiple proxies, forming a proxy chain. Ideally, these are also placed in different countries, forcing an investigator to request data from multiple foreign police departments, even further increasing the time investment. Another factor that complicates cyber attribution is false flags. A false flag is something that is intentionally misleading, and this is much easier to do in a digital world as compared to, for example, planting DNA or fingerprints evidence in the physical world. Threat actors can use these for different purposes. The first reason is to put the blame on another party in order to hide their own involvement. This is common when it comes to nation-state actors. It's usually not in their own interest to be exposed, so to make it possible for their political leaders to deny any involvement, they can plant a seed of doubts in their trails. One famous recent example is the sabotage of the South Korean Winter Olympics in 2018. Today it's generally accepted that the attack was carried out by a Russian-sponsored group, but they of course denied this completely. Whoever it was took exceptional measures to deceive the investigators with several layers of clues, false clues. For example, in their malicious software, they embedded pieces of code previously used by a North Korean and a Chinese hacking groups. Another way threat actors use false flags is to hide their true intention or motivation of the attack. An example of this is the NotPetya malware from 2017. NotPetya was a malware that was initially released in Ukraine, but later spread across the world. Initially, it looked like a classic case of malware or ransomware. It encrypted the data on the computers, and the victims were asked to pay a ransom to get their files back. But researchers soon discovered that the malware actually had no way to recover the files. The total damages caused by this is estimated to be more than $10 billion. It is now widely believed that this attack was politically motivated, and its true intention was to target Ukrainian infrastructure and the society. The method of pretending to be ransomware, while in fact being a nation-state sabotage, was a very subtle way for the attackers to control how this attack was reported on by the media, and to avoid being accused of a direct attack. Or at least to create some doubts into who was behind it. This was just two examples of the challenges of cyber attribution, and there are many more. But since this is just a 20 minutes talk, I will stop the theory there and instead try to explain this further with some real-world cases. My first story starts with a simple phishing campaign. Someone sent a large number of emails to companies in Norway and Sweden, tricking users to log into a fake login portal to one of our products. And we very quickly started to receive reports and warnings about this. The initial response to these types of situations is to disrupt the attack by reporting the site as malicious and convincing this hosting provider to take it down. But we also want to know if any of our customers have been tricked by this, so that we can contact them and make sure that they change their passwords. A funny thing about phishing that many people don't know is that even people without accounts on the targeted system will in many cases attempt to enter some credentials on the phishing portal. Even if they don't recognize the system, they just assume that they have forgotten about it and tries to guess which passwords they would have used. And often that turns out to be their email password and credentials. Another interesting thing is that the first thing a phisher does when he gets more stolen credentials is to test them, to see if they are valid. They need to act quickly because the victims may become suspicious and change their passwords. This means that we can actually determine all the users that are tricked by this, because we will see a spike in failed logins for users that doesn't exist or is not registered in our system. And then we can correlate that IP address that the threat actor is using to test with other logins to determine which other users he have the password for. Of course, the IP we found belonged to a proxy server. And remember what I said before about proxies. It will effectively hide the true location of the hacker, so it's not usable directly. But there is still someone who knows the real IP, and that is the owner of the proxy server. A legitimate commercial VPN provider will never give out this information. They require a search warrant from law enforcement to do this. But in this case, we saw that the proxy was actually owned by a well-known Norwegian organization. It didn't really make sense to believe that they were behind the attack, right? It's more likely that someone was taking advantage of their proxy server without their knowledge. So we called their security department and informed about the situation, and they could quickly determine that someone had indeed hacked them, and they were using the proxy server without permission. So they were happy to provide us with the details we needed, the source IP of the connection to their proxy. But as it turns out, this turned out to belong to a second proxy. The attacker had created a proxy chain to hide the track even further. But again, we were lucky because the second proxy also belonged to a private organization. Only this time it was in the United States. But we tried our luck again, and after calling their security department and explaining the situation, they also agreed to join our investigation and provide us with the IP used to connect to the second proxy. Now we were out of luck because this IP turned out to belong to a mobile broadband provider in South Africa. And we had to call it quits because no ISP will disclose this information about their customers without talking to law enforcement. And of course, since South Africa is quite far away from our local jurisdiction, that will be difficult. But at least now we had reason to suspect that the threat actor was located in a specific area, and that was more than we knew before. But we still had one trick left up our sleeve. The default behavior of a computer when you're connected to a proxy is to send all your network traffic through that connection. The Norwegian organization had very good network logs, and as it turns out, the threat actor had spent many hours connected to their proxy. Maybe he forgot to log out, or he just felt secure enough that it didn't matter. But the result was that we could analyze all the websites and servers he had connected to in that period, and by doing so, we got a better understanding of whom this might be. Since traffic is encrypted, we couldn't see exactly what he did, but with some analysis, you can put some clues together. Raw logs look something like this, and they're not really human readable, but by enriching them with more information about which websites these IPs correlate to, some patterns emerge. For example, we could see that he spent some time browsing the website of a French hosting provider, and then moved to a Visa credit card portal. The logical conclusion we did is that he purchased something. And since we know the exact time of the purchase, the most likely vendor, and the IP the buyer was using, which would be the Norwegian proxy, this means that if law enforcement goes to Visa with this and requests information, they could easily determine which credit card and identity used to complete that purchase. Who knows, maybe the credit card was stolen. But even so, just knowing exactly what he purchased will be another piece of the puzzle and another clue to investigate further. Altogether, this is a good example of a typical investigation, where you have lots of technical evidence, but you still struggle to reach the final piece of evidence that will give you attribution. In many other cases, you don't even have this much technical evidence. And this is how the investigation in my second story starts. About a year ago, we picked up a post in a darknet marketplace. The post was short but concise. I have stolen source code from Visma and I'm selling it to the highest bidder. Of course, this raised a lot of questions and we started to investigate. Investigating situations with a lot of unknown factors can be overwhelming. It's very easy to get sidetracked and end up in a rabbit hole. What we often do is to define some initial goals of the investigation to help us focus our resources. This is what we call intelligence goals. And in this case, we set two intelligence goals. Classify the information for sale. Is this sensitive or not sensitive? And is it true that this information is for sale? And two, identify the source. Where did it come from and who is the person selling it? The problem was that we had no technical evidence, such as an IP address. We only had a nickname that the seller had used on that forum. So where do you start in that situation? Well, we have one thing. We have access to the user itself. So we started to build a profile on that user based on his other activity on the forum. Profiling this way is kind of like stalking someone on Facebook. But in this case, you can't really trust anything that they write. For example, it's very unlikely that he would enter his real country or city in his user profile, but we can still analyze how they write, which words they use, and sometimes that can give you a hint about their age, gender, or nationality. And this was a seller, and he wanted to sell something. We could also simply ask them for more details about the data for sale. And the seller happily sent us a large number of screenshots to describe his goods. And we could examine these screenshots for further clues. In this image, for example, we can see that the computer is running Windows 7, and more importantly, it has the French language setting. So, if the screenshot was taken by the seller, he is most likely French speaking. But French is spoken in many parts of the world. How do we know which country this might be? Well, another clue to that is this date format. Windows 7 actually has 7 different settings with the French language. And the date format shown in these screenshots, they match, for example, the one used in France, but not the one in Canada or Switzerland. So that's another piece that or clues that can help us narrow down what country we're looking for. We also examine the dates and times when the user was active on the forum and visualize it with this nice time of day analysis. This appears to support the theory that the user is locating somewhere around the GMT time zone. To top this off, we also sent a tracking link to the seller hoping that he would carelessly click it without being connected to a proxy. He did actually click it, and the IP we logged happened to belong to a mobile internet provider in an African country, roughly in the GMT time zone, and with a large French-speaking population. Our investigation went on quite a bit further than this, but I won't go into details today. But my point with this story is to show that sometimes there is a lot of guesswork and assumptions involved. You always have to be prepared for false flags and not trust or take anything for granted. We don't know if anything we now believe about this person is true. He could have faked everything to confuse us. For this very reason, we assign a confidence rating on conclusions drawn during an investigation. The highest rating is confirmed. We use this when we are entirely sure about something. Next is that we assess with high confidence. It's not an exact science, but I use it when it's around 80% probable to be true. Less than that, and we say that we assess with low confidence. In my final example, we have a career criminal who got lazy and made a fatal mistake. We were investigating a simple case of invoice fraud. Someone had used our systems to send electronic invoices using stolen identities. One of the things we found was that the actor had previously registered a test account on our system. And that time, he did not use an anonymous email address. He probably felt secure enough to not be bothered by this, since he wouldn't do anything illegal with that account anyway. When we examined this email, we found many other suspicious-looking domains that were hosted on the same server. There are many ways to get this type of information. One free service I like is Security Trails. Here you can, for example, see some of the domains that is hosted on the same IP as the Visma corporate website. By looking at historical domains hosted on the IP, we were able to create a list of expired domains that at some point had pointed to that IP. Many of them had similar names, so we were quite confident that they had been used by the actor in the past. An expired domain can be purchased by anyone, so that is what we did. Passive monitoring is a great way to learn more about the previous owner of a domain by leaving a server running in listening mode on that domain. You will, for example, see incoming web requests, and that way you can learn which other websites are linking to that old domain. One unexpected finding was that our firewall blocked a steady stream of connections from email clients. Some were trying to send or fetch email from our servers every 5 minutes. After some initial confusion, we realized that someone at some point in time had configured their email client to send and receive email with this domain. And when the domain expired, they didn't remove it from the email client. They just left it there, trying to connect over and over again. And when we registered the domain, it started pinging our server. This was, of course, a big mistake on the threat actor. The connections were not done with a proxy, probably because the domain had been trusted by the actor. By monitoring these connections, we learned several things. For example, which username and password he used. And the password can often reveal a lot of details about its user. We also started to log the IP of each connection. And of course, over the course of several weeks, a pattern started to emerge. Connections came from a couple of different service providers, and by plotting them on the timeline, we noticed that different ISPs were used during the day, evenings, and weekends. Our conclusion was that the different providers most likely represented his home Wi-Fi, his mobile connection, and maybe his office network. This was the real concrete evidence that we needed to go to the police with. My key point in this is that even though threat actors almost always have an advantage, they only need to make one mistake for the investigators to catch up. And since many actors feel very safe behind their keyboards, they make more mistakes than you think. But you need to know what to look for and also have a great deal of good luck. So, to summarize this talk, yes, cyber attribution is harder than traditional attribution because it's so easy to stay anonymous, it's easy to jump between legal jurisdiction, and it's easy to mislead investigators with false flags. So, is it worth it? Yes, I tend to think so, because you need to know your opponents to be able to defend against them effectively. And if you know the common methods and tools of the threat actors, you can more easily detect them and design your defenses accordingly. Anyway, that was all I had to present today. Thank you for listening in and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Martin Öberg, for that really nice talk. Now we have you here in the panel, so please let's hear if you have some questions from Joachim and Jona and the audience.
Yeah, thank you. This was an awesome talk, Martin. I really like referring to you as like the Sherlock Holmes of cyber. So you're really like doing the investigative work here. So
no pressure, no pressure.
Yeah.
You're finished.
Before we get to the
Martin Kuberg. Yeah.
Before we get to the questions from the audience, I have one question from actually one of the people in the chat. There's Kim Jong-un in the chat. Is he considered a suspect?
Not yet. We haven't had any concrete leading in that direction yet, but it's kind of suspicious that he's here. So
yeah.
But yeah, the kind of strict rules rarely apply to those with enough power. So
yeah.
I think he is able to join. So anyway, I really enjoy the kind of the topic you had in the presentation, and I find it like highly interesting, the attribution in general. And I was wondering if like you have or does the kind of intelligence community know of any like attribution gone really bad or things like that? With you were talking about the attribution with high confidence or like a low or things like that. Is there any example where a attribution has been of high confidence but still being wrong in the end?
Most likely, yes. I don't have a good example for you now. But I think it's easier to end up in that situation when you have this more hobby investigators. People gather in certain forums and try to investigate something, and very quickly you get this mob mentality and they go in the wrong direction. I know several cases in Sweden here, for example, where the internet has decided that.
We also have some questions in the chat. So there's one question about VPN solutions. So there's okay. So there was a question about VPN solutions. So there's different sort of commercial VPN solutions and so forth. Is it possible to track back through these solutions? Can you catch them if they use these VPN solutions?
It is possible, but it also depends on which proxy or VPN provider it is. Some have a more strict no-log policy. There's also a practical matter about jurisdiction. If we see a proxy provider and it's based in completely different country, it could still be possible, but for practical reasons, it's just not worth the time. That police jurisdiction won't pick it up. But we have done it in some cases. And in that case, the originally said that, nah, we can't do it. But it turned out that they needed the source port of the connection. Then they could backtrace it to the user and give us the rest of the information. Well, not us, but the law enforcement.
Yeah, and we also have a bunch of other questions. I'll just pick one that I thought was funny. So, my toaster has been hacked with high confidence. It was North Korea. How can I get back at them for burning my toast?
I think I'll leave that unanswered. Don't do hackbacks, especially not North Korea.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a list of dark web forums you recommend monitoring?
I would, I don't have a prepared list right now, of course. But if you want to monitor these, you would probably go for the low-tier forums first, because they are the most accessible ones. And it's also there where things tend to be discussed openly. More advanced actors, they don't do that. They discuss this privately with the PMs and things like that. So it's not really worth the effort.
There has been some attacks where I kind of my brain got stuck to the false flag operations, and there are like some of the attacks that have had like multiple layers of false flags, basically pointing out to every direction, and those are kind of super interesting. What would you kind of or what would be the kind of most the indicators that give you the most like the biggest confidence of the actor?
I think you need to look at the motivation and the actual effect that the attack had, because there you will find those who actually had something to gain on this attack. Yeah. Then if the technical evidence correlates with that, then that's good. But if the motivation points to, let's say, Russia, and the technical evidence points to USA, okay, then you have a problem. Then there's something fishy there.
Yeah. So yeah, your good old school Sherlock Holmes stuff.
Yeah. So how do law enforcement usually react when you contact them with this information? Do you feel like they take it seriously? This was also a question in chat.
Generally, they are overworked. They don't have the time to investigate smaller crimes. So if we go to them with something where we don't have a concrete impact or a lot of money involved, they will accept the report and then close it immediately. So you need to have a big impact, or it will be dismissed. And it also depends on if you get the right contact person. You can't just go to a normal police officer and try to report a cybercrime. One famous example, when we did that, I accidentally, or by default, I wrote the documentation in English, and their comment was that, "Can you please translate this?" So yeah, you really have to talk to them in their language, both the Swedish, Norwegian, etc., but also in their terms that they understand. They want one short, concise thing to act, one sentence that they can understand.
All right, so thank you so much for your time. Maybe can you stay in the chat, answer some questions in the chat?
Yes, I will do that.
All right, thank you very much for being an awesome speaker. And with that, I'll give it over to the host.
Yes, thank you so much, Martin. Then I'm going to introduce the second external speaker that we have. She's also the first girl expert in the show. Her name is Laura Kankala. I've actually only seen her on TV because she used to be starring at a TV documentary series in Finland called Team Whack, Everything is Hackable. In her presentation, Laura will talk about modern privacy of normal human beings and how issues such as stalking take a whole new form in digital spaces. Are you sure nobody's stalking you? This talk will definitely make you want to think twice. Welcome, Laura.
Hi everyone there behind your screens, and thank you Visma for inviting me here to talk about something that I have been working quite closely with recently, and also perhaps a shade darker topic than I usually go for, but I'm going to talk about digital abuse and some ways that digital abuse is conducted, and also how this all plays out into the overall bigger picture of privacy and why we all should care about privacy for ourselves and also of others. But before I go into the topic, I want to introduce myself. So my name is Laura Kankala, and I'm head of Outreach. And Outreach is a non-profit organization where we seek to help at-risk groups to reclaim their digital privacy. And currently we operate under Disobey, which is a Nordic security/hacker community. And I also work as a security lead at a startup currently. And in the past, I worked as a security consultant doing pen testing, incident response, and so on. And also for a bit as a security researcher. So my background is quite heavily on the offensive security side. I also have two podcasts that are in English and one that's in Finnish, which is my first language. The first one that I've ever started was We Need to Talk About InfoSec, and it's on a pause, but I also did another podcast with Detectify called Undetected. And here in Finland, where I live, we made a documentary TV show called Team Whack, where we showcase hacking and demystify hacking for the general public and showcase what it looks like to break things as we do. If you're interested about Outreach and what we do, then do feel free to head out to outrch.org. But to kick off this talk, I think it's perfect to start with my own history and my background. So this is a picture from the mid 90s, and I think this showcases quite well the look and feel how it felt to own a PC at the time. So we had this, very retro white collar joystick and all this set here, and this is me sitting on the chair, and that's my little sister pulling on the chair and asking for her turn on the PC or on the computer. And I used to be super into video games at that time, and even now, but I used to play this game called Jazz Jackrabbit, and I used to play so much that I would get epileptic seizures, and my mother would have to force me away from the computer, but I would sneak back in and play some more. Going to the early 2000s, I started to make my own website, because if you wanted to be part of any kind of internet community, then you basically needed to have a website or be on IRC or some other channel. I used a service called GeoCities, where you could make websites by dragging and dropping elements onto the page, or as I did, because it wasn't very scalable if you did the drag and drop thing. So I started to code websites and made my own websites. And at that time, I was told from multiple different, from my mother and from the school, and everyone told me to never put any personal information online, because that personal information could be used against me, which is kind of ironic today. But I was vowed to never put, for example, my name, or not picture would be out of the question, never to put your own picture online. So coming to this day, there has been a complete shift in the attitude when it comes to what we put online. And that also means that the way the value of data has completely changed, because there's so much data and it's out there for grabs. So it's easy to use by companies that want to leverage it, or also other users that want to turn this data against us, because we leave so much data behind us, and also the devices that we use to connect to these online services or with other people are so powerful that they are also powerful means of following us around and seeing what we're up to. I wanted to discuss quickly what is privacy in its original definition, and just to lay out the obvious here, but security does not equal privacy. Even though there are some overlapping aspects, security traditionally means the technical means of how data is protected, or processes or so on that are protecting data in technical way or with the processes. But privacy is more about the control over personal information and understanding or being able to limit the exposure of it, and understanding where that information is used, and also having the overall control of when we want to share data with whom and the overall audience. But digital abuse is the complete disregard for privacy. And there are multiple definitions for digital abuse, but I found a really good one from Varjo, which is a Finnish organization helping victims of domestic abuse. And their definition, it was in Finnish, so I translated it into English, but it's digital abuse is repeated unwarranted contact, stalking, and observation that cause fear or distress in the victim. Abuse comes with threatening behavior, scare tactics, controlling and violent acts. Digital abuse affects overall well-being and safety of the victim. So as you can see, it's quite a broad definition, and that's for a reason, because the nature of the abuse in itself is quite hard to define sometimes, and it's not happening in isolation in the physical world, and especially not in the digital world. So the digital world and the devices that we use, they typically provide the means of conducting abusive behavior, but it's not happening necessarily in isolation. So it's not only happening necessarily in the digital world. And I want to also point out here that anyone can be a victim of digital abuse. So regardless of gender, age, or where you're from, any one of us can be a target of that, and I'll go into detail why that is so. But overall, about digital abuse, when it comes to domestic abuse or abuse conducted by or perpetrated by friends or close circle of people around you, it comes in many shades. So it can be, for example, forcefully reading your messages, or demanding access to your accounts, to your personal social media accounts or messaging apps, non-consensually either taking or sharing videos or screenshots, using different types of platforms to spread malicious content, or using other type of stalking devices to, for example, geolocators that are physical devices that can be installed in a car or dropped in a purse to follow you around and see where you're going. And something that we've been investigating quite a bit in outreach as well is something called stalkerware. And stalkerware is also one mean of conducting digital abuse, but it's a software, and sometimes it goes by the name of spyware or spouse monitoring or some type of monitoring tool. And it's a software or app that is installed in iOS or Android or computers, and it typically allows remote access to the device or its data or to the location. And depending on the platform, the functionalities of the stalkerware really highly vary. So for example, on iOS, a lot of the stalkerware depend on the access to iCloud credentials. On Android, on the other hand, we see, at least from what we witnessed, is more powerful stalkerware in that sense that it's easier to access, for example, calls or taking pictures or access social media apps through different types of means. And for computers, there's either stalkerware or then sometimes tools such as TeamViewer or other remote access tools are used directly to access those devices. And I have to say the stalkerware is not something that would be used necessarily by criminals, because stalkerware typically either needs some preliminary information such as iCloud credentials or physical access to the device, and typically it's done by accessing the device physically. And a typical thing that the perpetrators typically want from the victim's devices, the geolocation, and then sometimes the accessing messages and other sensitive data as well. And a lot of these stalkerware, they are not necessarily made for techie people, and that's because they a lot of the times they have very intuitive graphical user interfaces, for example. And here are some screenshots of stalkerware. For example, here's a selfie that this one took when you opened the phone, and the location tracking and call logs. And here's some features that are promised by some stalkerware vendors. So it's quite evident that these are meant to be used by people who don't necessarily have the technical knowledge, and typically these also come with quite detailed instructions how to install them and also hide them. And the overall trend when it comes to stalkerware is that it seems to be increasing, and there are some alarming statistics on how quickly it seems to increase all across the globe and in different types of communities. And if we look at our teenagers and our children, it seems that also for them it's a growing trend and also an alarming trend how much our teenagers are, for example, suffering from digital abuse in relationships. So for example, here it's unfortunately in Finnish, but I'll translate it for you. So this is a statistic from 2019. And there is 264 respondents, and out of those respondents, 75% of them said that they have experienced some form of digital abuse in their relationships. So that's quite a huge number, and taking consideration the definition of digital abuse, so that could be stalkerware or then someone reading messages forcefully or without permission. And one reason why this all is made possible is that we basically have these devices that are equal for digital machetes in our hands. With one swipe, you are able to open your camera and take photos and videos, or it's so easy to screenshot messages and take them out of context, make memes or fake profiles or other types of create content that is malicious, purposefully malicious and trying to hurt one another. So the platforms are there, and these powerful devices are huge enablers for just quickly taking a photo, for example, situation that could potentially make someone's life really difficult. And the problem here as well in general is that abuse may look like it's entertainment. It is sometimes very hard for the viewer, for example, of content online to determine if the material that we see is consensually uploaded and if it's abusive. And one example would be Star Wars kids. So if you were on the internet in the early 2000s, I'm sure you know this meme, but it's a boy who is waving around the stick and making some sleek Star Wars moves. And it's this boy called Gislan Reza who filmed himself, and his schoolmates found the video recording and then started to spread it online. And for general public and whoever saw this, it looked fun, and it didn't look necessarily non-consensual. But for Reza, bullying in his school got really severe for him, and at that time also there were no real playbooks or understanding how to cope with this kind of abuse, especially when it happens online. So this is just a classic reminder of how abuse can really look like it's consensual or fun. And these, we should drive for privacy controls that protect us when we are the most vulnerable. And that is when we are with our devices, that when we are just using the applications that are heavily addictive and are basically hooked to them and addicted to them, and where we're looking for solace. And while this is basically or potentially on the other end of privacy spectrum, but I just wanted to drop here that abuse or exploitation of privacy is not necessarily just domestic or happens from because our friends want to abuse us online, but it could be just organizations or some different organizations that want to affect our decision making or affect the way we look at the world. And these platforms and these devices that we're carrying with us all the time, they make it possible to launch large-scale human experiments on us to basically see if they can affect our decision making. And one sad example of this is, for example, what happened with Cambridge Analytica and when they were caught with trying to affect elections all over the world, but most notably in the US. So with that being said, I want to just point out that privacy exploitation is equally, if not even, worse than exploiting a technical vulnerability. And that is because privacy exploitation has direct potential impact on a person's well-being, or in a community, their well-being or their safety. But for example, exploiting an RCE vulnerability on a server, it may or may not have direct effects on an end user. So it's really something that we need to take into account when we try to move forward and make more secure software. So what can we actually do? For one, we can definitely demand for better legislation to not only for limiting political manipulation on the platforms that we use, but also for the platforms and the providers of these services to make them more responsible for the content that is displayed on their services, and especially if it's abusive content, and also have more rights for example, erasure and being able to delete abusive content from spreading online. We also can develop technical means of protecting privacy. And good example is, for example, the newest version of Android that comes with a lot of improvements to privacy. And for example, how in general in smartphones, how we can make them by default more better equipped at privacy. For example, prompting the user if some app is constantly tracking geolocation on the background. And this is probably or potentially a given, but we should always make sure that whatever we upload online, that it's uploaded consensually, and that especially like we take a look at the content that we are about to upload and ask ourselves, do I need to, do I have the consent for this, or could this actually have some kind of privacy impact, or could I breach someone's privacy if I upload this content? And at Outreach, we have also written some guidance for how to fight against stalkerware. So if you or someone you know is dealing with digital abuse, then feel free to head out to outrch.org and see if this guidance will be of any help to you. So now that we have went through all these ways of conducting digital abuse, then what is the actual definition of privacy? And is the definition that only regards with the exposure of data and the control of data? Is it really the only definition that should be attached to privacy? I think privacy is the freedom to live without fears and to think on our own. And I think these rights should be constitutional and they should be universal. And it should be something that we also as security community try to strive toward when we audit software, when we pen test software, when we are looking at any kind of solution, and try to find privacy related vulnerabilities as well. thank you so much for listening to this talk. And if you want to follow me, then here's my Twitter and Instagram handles. And after this, if you want to reach out or if you don't want to ask something publicly in the upcoming section, then do feel free to reach out to me also over email. And let's make privacy better together in the future.
Thank you very much, Lara, for this great but also terrifying speech. It really makes you think about what you do online and who you talk to online, and also what you post online. And now you can join our panel, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of questions. So guys, you will take it from here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for an awesome talk, Laura.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for inviting me to talk about this topic. It's a very important topic, and I think it's something that is close to all of our, and potentially even if not personally, then there must be someone we know in the close circle of friends or in our family that has undergone something regarding digital abuse.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and we are still in the kind of phase of all of these services evolving, the kind of ways to use them evolving without real kind of legislation, real rules, and everything is evolving all the time. And usually, right now, it feels like things are evolving in a kind of backwards manner where the companies are basically inventing new ways to track, to kind of extract information, which potentially lead to different ways to abuse the people.
Yeah, definitely. And I think like in terms of security, we are increasingly getting better, and naturally security also is a moving goal and we can never fully achieve it. But there are so many free resources for security, for either for companies or for private individuals. But when it comes to privacy, I don't think that the case is necessarily so that, as you said, it feels that privacy is not necessarily moving forward, but sometimes it's even taking leaps backward.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Of course, the kind of we are getting stuff like GDPR and things like that are kind of destined to kind of improve our kind of potential kind of power over our own information and such. But of course, it's kind of a cat and mouse game in a way.
Definitely.
And if you don't know what GDPR, it's the EU privacy legislation or regulation.
Yeah.
TLDR, you own your own data.
Yeah. So we have some questions in the chat. If someone is concerned about the topic, can they help with outreach somehow?
Yes, definitely. So if you head out to outrch.org, you can contact us through there and send us an email, or you can send me an email directly as well. So I don't know if you can, I don't see the screen anymore, but if you can see my email back there, or just send me a DM in Twitter or in Instagram or however you want. And definitely if there's something that you want to do to make the world better, then let's see if we can collaborate somehow.
Yeah, we also have another question, which I find pretty interesting. What tools can you use to detect if you're being virtually stalked?
That's a really excellent question. And there are now, again, like going to the point that there are stalkerware, and then there's the access to social media accounts and so on. But let's say that you are dealing with stalkerware, then some of the stalkerware is detected by some antivirus vendors. But for most part, they can also, because not all of the stalkerware needs a local installation. So if it's iOS, for example, it may rely on iCloud credentials. So there's basically multiple ways on how to tackle this thing. So try to check your phone for suspicious applications. And for example, on Android, the way these applications try to hide themselves typically is by masquerading into being some kind of Android like system manager app or something like this, or then they are hidden somewhere in the directories or somewhere there if it's not rooted. And for iOS and for any kind of, if you're suspecting that someone is using your email or social media accounts or iCloud credentials, the best thing to do is basically just go through the settings and see if there are devices that are allowed to log in that are currently logged in that you don't recognize or that you suspect could be belonging to someone else, or the same for emails. And for example, in Gmail, that provides quite good visibility into those as well, and social media accounts as well, typically.
Yeah, we also had a bit of questions about deep fake images and videos. Is there any way to detect if something is deep fake or not? And it seems like it's a very touchy subject as well when it comes to news and things like that.
Yeah, so with deepfakes, what deepfake means in this context is probably that for example, image of a woman has been taken and then like their face has been put with the different types of machine learning algorithms on some porn clip, or then on a like explicit image. So for those, I'm not sure if there are any like very well operating machine learning algorithms for this, for for finding this out. And if there is, then then please let me know, because I would be really interested to know that. But naturally, with manual inspection, these can be determined and verified that these are not real typically. So yeah, I think it's also a relevant problem and goes to the bigger basically topic of revenge porn and overall like sharing inappropriate content either during or after a relationship or amongst friends.
I think we have a really awesome question as well here in the chat. What would you recommend specifically to young teenagers about how to prevent or make yourself safe from abuse on the internet?
Again, I hate to be pessimistic about this, but I would say that for kids, it can be also difficult, because going back to the overall, maybe also lack of awareness. But what you can do is that I would say for kids to instruct them to not at least post publicly their pictures online, and make sure that they have private accounts, so that even if they want to use social media, they would be accepting only their friends into their contacts, and so that they could limit basically the audience, whoever gets to see their pictures and so on. And also, like in general, I think it's good to talk with your children or with anyone, if you know any children in your close circle, for example, your siblings and so on, that whatever you see online may not be real, and people can leverage internet to basically be whoever they want to, like whoever they're pretending to be. And also in general, like talk to kids about what they see online, how they experience it, how do they speak to other people online, for example, in group chats and so on. So just try to have an open communication about these things.
Yeah, and I think we also saw in the chat some strange names, so you really can sort of be anyone on the internet, and it's much easier to be vocal and really mean on the internet without really anyone coming to tell you. Not, a parent won't come and tell you that you're being mean on the internet if you're being anonymous. So
yeah, definitely.
I think those are really, really good points there to really kind of talk openly with your kids about these issues.
Yeah, and I think the problem is sometimes if, for example, as a parent or as a sibling, you don't understand how these things operate. So I see that there is a lot of room for improvement, for example, with our security community, that we spread awareness to parents about these things as well, so that it would be easier for the parents to talk with their children about these things.
Yeah, and with that, I want to thank you, Laura, for being one of our speakers. Awesome talk and a really important topic. And with that, I'll give it over to the hosts.
Thank you so much, Laura. Very interesting. Okay, so now I'm so happy to introduce my colleague, Joanna Piroska. At Visma, she's actually called the mother of hackers. And yes, you heard correctly, not the mother of dragons, but maybe there is actually some similarity there. Anyway, so she's the one to handle Visma's bug bounty program, the Hall of Fame, and the Responsible Disclosure program. So what is this then? This is when we invite hackers from around the world to test and challenge our applications. We pick out the applications we want to be tested, and they hack it, basically. When they find the vulnerabilities, we fix them, and then we pay them. We give them money for this. We also publish their names on the Hall of Fame, which you can have a look at our website. This is really good quality assurance for them, and they actually use this when they apply for jobs. But very often the jobs apply for these people, actually, because they are very well respected and wanted in the industry. So please, Joanna, start the recording.
Hello everyone, my name is Joanna Piroshka. I am part of the Visma application security team, and today I will be speaking about working with hackers through bug bounty programs. I will also try to give you some tips for running a successful bug bounty program based on our 2 years journey in Visma. So by the end of this presentation, hopefully you will learn more about hackers and how they can help you secure your assets. Let me start with a few things about me. I joined Visma security team as a security analyst and part of the product security team, but I was a former application support engineer and network security engineer, so I didn't have experience in working with hackers at all. And I want to share a funny story with you. My managers don't know it, so you guys, it's time for you to find this out. When I started my job at Visma, the first thing that hit me and maybe made me really, really scared was the fact that I realized that not only that I will be directly working with these guys, but I am also part of a team full of hackers. That was freaking me out for some days, I have to admit. Of course, it started to become better and better when I started to do practical things like solving reports and working on incidents and so on. And it started to become extremely fun when I had my hands on the bug bounty program and when I realized how many types of vulnerabilities they submit to us and how important it is for the company to find out about these bugs. And it's funny because I find the same type of fear and uncertainty with the new teams that I am onboarding in the bug bounty program. Once you are part of the bug bounty program, you never know what you will get. So they are actually sometimes scared because they don't know what types of bugs they will get. But after they start coming, they realize that they have to solve them fast. And after that, the fun part comes. We always tell our teams to celebrate their bugs because they were found in time and to share their experience because everybody has something to learn from the mistakes. I also managed to gain a nickname that is Mother of Hackers. My colleagues like to call me like this. And the reason for this is that I am the one who's serving the meals for the hackers by adding new assets always in our bug bounty scope. In my personal life, I'm the mother of 2 boys, and I'm trying to combine, of course, the family life with work and my passion for security. Some things about our company. Visma is a very large organization, and as you can see, we have very many products and services in different countries and markets. We have all kinds of technologies, and we are growing rapidly. Speaking about year 2020, we will have around about 40 new acquisitions this year. So the security of our products has always been a high priority. That is why we developed inside Visma a security program called Visma Application Security Program, or VASP, which enables the development teams to deliver secure products and services. As a part of the security program, we have training and awareness campaigns. We do also code scanning of the source code and of the compiled code, but also testing the third-party components in the finished products. We also do internal pen testing. We do log management, cyber threat intelligence, incident response, and last but not least, responsible disclosure program, which is running for some years already, and bug bounty programs that I will be speaking about today. So basically, we help the teams succeed by offering them our services and solutions, and by offering them support and counseling with the scope of improving their security posture. But before I get into explaining more details about bug bounty programs, I was thinking that for the ones that are not part of the security field, would be interesting to learn about some basic concepts in regards of hacking and hackers. So what hacking is? It refers to the activities that seek to compromise the digital devices or even entire networks in order to gain unauthorized access over the system resources. In order to better understand hacking, we have to understand the hackers. It is very often harder to break a system than to actually build it. So that is why hackers are intelligent individuals with excellent computer skills, and they are often specialized in certain types of vulnerabilities. The motive behind hacking can be to steal business critical information for different reasons: for money, for intellectual challenge, for curiosity, power, and so on. And you will see that despite the popular belief, not all the hackers are bad. So according to their activities, they fall into three main categories. The first one is represented by the white hats. These are the ethical hackers or the security researchers that always want to improve the information security. They don't want to do harm. They do have explicit permission from the owner to perform their hacks. And I always like to say that these are the guys that we are working with. The second category is represented by the gray hats. They are in between, so they may violate the ethical standards or principles, but they do not have malicious intent. Often it happens that they are juniors, or also called script kiddies, and that means that they are using the tools and scripts developed by others in order to perform their hacks. And the third category, and the most dangerous ones, are the black hats. These are the cyber criminals, and actually the black hats are the ones which are associated with the hackers in general. They have malicious intent. They are also creating their own malwares, and very often they are part of criminal organizations. They can either be sponsored by different states to steal information from other governments. They can be hacktivists and use their skills to promote a political or a social agenda, or they can be suicide hackers that are willing to perform an attack for a cause, and they don't care if they get caught or prosecuted. As you could probably notice, all of them have the main motive behind hacking represented by the money. And an easy way to distinguish between the good ones and the bad ones is that always the good ones will tell you what they have found. One way of using the good guys is to have a bug bounty program. So let's see what a bug bounty program is. First, I think we should all accept that hackers are surrounding us all over. They are often looking into our stuff, even if we like this or not, because we are all on the internet, and sooner or later we can be a target. So why not giving them the possibility to report vulnerabilities in an ethical way, pay them, and minimize the risks of an actual breach? That is what a bug bounty program is, a great and a proven way of securing companies' assets with the help of ethical hackers. And yes, all the big corporations are doing it. You give them permission, legal permissions to hack. They have to respect the policies and the rules of engagement. And once you start the bug bounty program, your assets will be continuously tested. Comparing this to the internal or external pen tests that are usually done by the companies, these may be done maybe once or twice a year, but they are not done continuously. Also, another important thing to mention is the power of the crowd. In the bug bounty program, you invite hackers from all over the world, so there will be more eyes of expertise. Of course, that leads to more findings and a better security. Some of the most known platforms used for bug bounty programs are HackerOne, which is our partner in this journey, then Integrity, Open Bug Bounty, Yes We Hack, Bugcrowd, and much more. And some of the tools most used by the hackers, I would mention here Burp Suite, Nmap, FAF, Nuclei, Axiom, and others. And let's see how the bug bounty journey started for us in Visma. It all happened in 2016 in Finland, when we decided that we want to have a private program, and we invited 4 teams, and so we had 4 assets added into our scope, and we could immediately see the value of the program. That is why we decided that in 2019 we want to have a corporate bug bounty program. The same, it was a private program. We started to add step by step the teams. And right now we are having 30 teams added in the scope and around about 40 assets. When I say asset, I mean domain URL corresponding for the web application that is part of the program. After 1 year with the private bug bounty, we decided that it's time to go public. We were enough comfortable to do this, and we started in January 2020 with 5 teams and 17 assets added in scope. Our approach is to move the teams from the private program to the public one when we consider that they are enough mature. We pay between $100 and $3,000 based on the severity, but we always take into consideration when we establish the severity, we take into consideration also the impact. And right now we have more than 200K paid in the bug bounty programs. And you are hearing me speaking about private and public bug bounties. Let's see which are the main differences between these 2 types of programs. Usually the companies decide to start with a private program and then extend it to a public one. In a private program, the companies are inviting the hackers, which will be part of it. So it's a private program, it's an invite-only program. That leads to the fact that the quality of the reports is very good. Also, the disclosure will be visible only inside the private program. In comparison, in a public program, we speak about hundreds of thousands of hackers. So basically, everybody that has an account on the bug bounty platform is able to submit vulnerabilities in a public program. The disclosure will be, in this case, publicly available. An interesting observation in our case is that the average of valid reports per service, so not per asset, but per service, is very similar. That means that in our case, both programs are valuable. Yes, we do have requirements for the teams that will be part of our bug bounty program. First one, and maybe the most important one, is to have 0 known vulnerabilities. Here I am referring to the fact that they have to perform all the internal tests before joining the bug bounty program, but they also have to solve all the bugs that are reported through the internal tools. So once they will be part of the bug bounty program, we request 0 known vulnerabilities because we don't want to pay for the things that we already know about. They also have to prepare the environment. Usually the staging environment is preferred for safety reasons. They also have to prepare the test accounts, test data, and some instructions for the hackers to better understand the application. They also have to commit to validate the bugs in 2-4 business days to fix them in 90 days. And in case we speak about critical bugs, then we request resolving time 5 business days. All these times are mentioned in our policy, and we want to respect the policy ourselves. And in this way, we want to keep our engagement with the hackers. But the security team has responsibilities too. We are responsible for the overall program management, making sure that we have a smooth onboarding process, that we follow up for validating and for solving the bugs together with the responsible teams. We also do the initial assessment and validation of the findings, and we pay the bounties for the hackers. So security team actually acts like a bridge between the service delivery teams and the hackers. We are communicating on one hand with our internal teams and on the other hand with the hackers. We just want our internal teams to be responsible for validating and for fixing the bugs, and we take care about the rest. These are some program metrics from our private program. So as you can see, we try to be fast by averaging 2 days for triage and by paying immediately after triage. We do this because we don't want to wait maybe 1 month or more until the bugs are being solved by the service delivery teams. We want to pay immediately after triage because in this way, the hackers will prefer our program. Also, the resolution time tells about how seriously our team take the bug bounty program into consideration. Instead of resolving the bugs in 3 months, like according to the policy, as you can see, the average resolution time is 1 month. The average bounty per asset is around about $350. And until now, we got more than 1,200 submissions. That means reports. All these response times put us in a very good position on HackerOne with attractive programs for the hackers. Most common bugs that we get, as you can see, are improper access control issues, mainly IDORs. Important to mention that these are vulnerabilities that cannot be found with automated tools for scanning. You really need to understand the application flow developed by the software developers. So the human factor is very much involved in this case. IDOR comes from insecure direct object reference, and it's a type of access control issue which occurs when a developer exposes a reference to an object but without having an access control check in place. And that leads to the fact that the attacker can manipulate these references and get unauthorized access to the data. We also get cross-site script teams, cross-site request forgeries, business logic errors, and many more other types of vulnerabilities. But the most common ones are the access control issues. I also want to show you 2 of our highlight reports. These are 2 examples of critical bugs. And I chose them because I consider them interesting and relevant. Usually the high-end critical bugs are rare, but if they are not found, then they could have huge consequences. So that is why it is important to find about them and to solve them fast. So the first example is an HTTP request smuggling vulnerability. Actually, it was maybe the best report received so far, a collaboration between 2 of our best hackers in the private program. They were able to demonstrate that an anonymous attacker can fully control all the HTTP requests and partially also the HTTP responses through this type of vulnerability. And the result was comparable to a man-in-the-middle attack. So the researchers were able to see and take control of the requests and responses belonging to other users. Really critical report that we decided to pay accordingly. Second one is a combined exploit for the Telerik UI for ASP.NET Ajax due to 2 known CVEs. And this led to an arbitrary file upload and RCE. Actually, the hacker was not able to prove the RCE, but one of our colleagues, and here is the nice part, because also us in the triaging team, we are participating in this together with the hackers. One of my colleagues was able to find not one, but 2 ways of expanding this to RCE. So we decided that our assessment for this one is critical as well, and the hacker got $3,000 in this case. So to summarize our experience, I've identified 3 success factors for having an attractive bug bounty program. First one is to try to be fast. As you have seen in the previous slide with our metrics, aiming to have good response times means to attract the best hackers in the world. We try to pay immediately after triage so that we make them prefer our program. But we are also trying to resolve the bugs fast, because only after they are resolved, you are able to disclose them. And by disclosing them, you give the rest of the hackers ideas to test the same type of vulnerability for the rest of the assets that are part of your scope, or maybe that will be added in the future in your scope. Second success factor is to maintain the hackers' engagement. We are doing this by being fair and always explaining our decisions. It happens often that we get feedback from them directly in the reports, and it's very rewarding to see that they are happy with what you are doing. We also try to be consistent. That is something also very important. Act in the same way in the same situation. And we are also trying to support them via Twitter and Slack. And the third success factor is transparency. How we do it? We do it with the service delivery teams by having the bug bounty project publicly available in Jira for all the internal employees. So anybody that works at Visma is having access to the bug bounty project, and they are able to see what reports we got so that they can learn from it. We also do internal sharing sessions with the employees, where the teams that are part of the bug bounty program are presenting the most interesting findings that they got. We are also transparent with the hackers and try to disclose most of the vulnerabilities that we get. Of course, it's not always possible to disclose everything, but we do our best to disclose most of them, so that we give them ideas. And we are also trying to be transparent with the customers by speaking about our findings, by admitting that yes, we do get reports, but we are able to solve them fast. And in this way, we assure that our products are safe and the customers trust our ability to deliver this in a consistent way. So after 2 years with running the bug bounty programs in Visma, my takeaways are that you guys, in case you have a security program or you do your security checks, but you don't have yet a bug bounty program in place, feel free to add the Hacker Power Security as an additional layer to your security checks. This will help you secure your assets in a fast and controlled way. And all the big corporations are doing it. You will find US Department of Defense, Google, Facebook, Apple, and many, many other companies having bug bounty programs. Just allocate the budget for it and go further. There's no doubt in the value that it will bring to your security approach. It is very often that a bug bounty program is a group effort and a teamwork. At least this is how it is in our case. You need the management support to make the magic happen. You need a good triaging team that will assure that good response times are in place, and in this way you are able to maintain the hackers' engagement. And you also need the engagement from the service delivery teams, because they will need to solve the bugs fast in order to maintain the quality. Sharing the knowledge with others and disclosing the findings, it's also very important, because all of us will have to learn from it, from hackers to developers to customers and to all the people that are interested in security. And I would like to end the presentation with this picture representing the HackerOne community. In my opinion, hacking has become a profession like all the others, and we should use these guys for making the world better and the internet safer. In case you are running or will run a bug bounty program, keep in mind that hackers are humans and should be treated as the valuable asset as they are. Because if they like a program, they will keep coming back to it. In case you want to get in touch with me, feel free to grab me an email, or in case you are a hacker and want to stay up to date with our bug bounty program updates, make sure you follow the Mother of Hackers on Twitter. I hope this was useful, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Joanna. And I think Mother of Hacker is a way cooler nickname than Mothers of Dragons.
Thank you also.
Yeah, and it is important to get a reminder that hackers aren't always the enemy, but that external hackers can also help us in order to become more secure. And these so-called white hat hackers that you mentioned.
Yes.
And it's also interesting to take a closer look at how it's possible to take advantage of their skills in practice through a bug bounty program like the one Visma has. So Joachim and Jona, you're up for the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much for the talk, Jona.
Thanks for having me, guys. It's been a privilege for me to speak about this experience that we are going through with the bug bounty programs.
Yeah, it was a good one. Thanks.
Yeah, we have some questions in the chat. So, for example, one of the questions is are there the external bug hunters who work only on Visma's assets and make a consistently decent income?
So I would answer this question by saying that you cannot really identify if they are hacking only on your program or not. Most of them have jobs besides hacking, so probably not all the time they are doing hacking. But some of them, of course, are that. They are only searching for the programs that they prefer, and then they spend more time on those. And we have some in the private program, at least, that we see a lot of activity and we get very many reports from them. So probably they are really having a fun time with our programs.
Yeah, I think it also boils down with the kind of a good communication with the team, because it's like from the hacker point of view on these platforms. I have had really negative experiences with some of the programs, and I'm super glad to see that our program is actually not doing the same mistakes that I have been seeing. But that must be one of the bigger factors to keep people engaged.
Yeah, transparency and speed. And of course, when you talk about
and
decent living,
consistency, I would say.
Yeah, and when you talk about decent living, that also depends on the geographical region that they're in. So decent living can mean a different thing in various different regions. But we also have another question here. How did you select your hunters for the private program in the beginning?
Well, in the beginning, we started with a private program, a very small one in Finland. And of course, then we preferred to have hackers from that region. So after that, we decided that we want to have the corporate bug bounty program, started to add more and more assets in scope. And since Visma is mainly located in the Nordic countries, then of course, it's preferable to have hackers from that region. But that is not something that it's meant to be exactly like this. We also have hackers from all over the world. And more than this, when we started with the public program in 2020, at the beginning of this year, then there are hundreds of hackers that are invited. So basically anybody that has an account on HackerOne is able to hack on our public program. So it was step by step, extended it from regional to worldwide program.
Yeah, and since this talk was a bit longer, we are actually already out of time for the Q&A session. So if you want to reach out to Ioana, you can reach out on Twitter, Hacker's Mother. And with that, I'll give it over to the host. Thank you so much for being one of our speakers, Ioana.
Thank you also.
Thank you so much, Ioana. Okay, so next speaker, this man who we soon will see, he's actually a true fan of passwords. And I actually think he lives for passwords. He's known around the whole world as the guru of passwords. I remember seeing him once at a conference here in Norway, and it was a lot of people in the audience, and I could see the sparkle in his eyes when he spoke about those passwords, even though I was really far away. So, welcome, next speaker, Per Torsheim.
Hi there, my name is Per Torsheim and I am the founder of PasswordsCon, the world's first and only conference about passwords and digital authentication. By day, I work as a security evangelist for a Norwegian startup company called Secure Practice. And my work, my hobby, my obsession in life is passwords and digital authentication. And you might ask, what do I mean by obsession? Well, let me show you this. This is a short tweet exchange a couple of years ago that I had with Cormac Hurley. I wrote that I have it verbally from him that I'm obsessed with passwords, and he responded saying, confirm, I have a healthy curiosity, while Torsheim is pathologically obsessed. And why this interest in passwords? Well, more than 20 years ago, I was working with penetration testing. And in a single engagement, in the first day of testing, I managed to gain access to a Fortune 500 company because one single administrator was using the word password as his password. And then I got access to everything basically inside the company. I spent quite a few years studying and researching passwords by myself. And the first thing that I want to talk about here is LinkedIn. In June 2012, LinkedIn got hacked, and I'm sort of the guy who broke the news on a global basis that this had happened. But the story actually started on Tuesday, June 5th, when I saw on Twitter a single message from CoreLogic, it's a pen testing company in the US, saying that something big is brewing. Now, I knew what this was about. There had been a breach, but we didn't know yet what happened. So I spent, 24 hours to look into it. I cracked a lot of passwords. I talked to a lot of people worldwide, and we found out that LinkedIn had been hacked. So I went to Norwegian press and said, hey, you got to print that LinkedIn has been hacked and you have to change your password now. They did. And in 24 hours, I had suddenly been quoted in like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 news articles around the world. Crazy story. Some fun facts that we found with the LinkedIn breach. We got access to quite a few passwords from there, and we made statistics about these passwords. As an example, we found that the words linked and LinkedIn were being used a lot in passwords. We also found that people used passphrases like, Liverpool, you never walk alone, and so on. We also found that in passwords, the most common color word being used was blue. There was also being used the word green and red and orange and purple and black and so on, but blue was the most common color word used in passwords. And this is not coincidence, at least the way I see it, because the main color of LinkedIn's logo is also blue. And fascinating about LinkedIn, this is not unique, but this is one of the more interesting stories in the world of hacking companies. In June 2012, they had approximately 160 million users. And in August of the same year, 2 months after the hack, they surpassed 200 million users, and 1 year after the breach, the stock price had doubled. So in a way, the lessons learned from this is get hacked, get rich. But it's not really true for all companies, but this was a very special story with LinkedIn. Many years ago, I had an amazing opportunity during a penetration test engagement. We had gotten access to more than 5,000 pictures being used by people on their access cards at work. And we also gained access to the passwords of all these 5,000 people. So one late evening, I was sitting with a friend and discussing, the results of the day. And suddenly, and I can't really remember who, but suddenly, we thought, well, we have the pictures of people and we have the passwords. Do you think that men or women have the best passwords? So what we did, we stuffed all the data into a database and started analyzing. And how do you do that? Well, we had to categorize. So we looked through all the pictures individually of all these 5,000 people. We categorized them by gender, male, female, whether they had glasses on or not, their hair color, and also if they had any facial hair. For facial hair, we said, like on the left here, they didn't have any facial hair. They had a mustache, small beard, full beard, a Unix guru, which is like, a lot of beard and maybe crazy hair as well. And we also had the porn donut, which is essentially, having this kind of mustache like around your mouth. And for the hair color, we also said that, well, you may not have any hair on your head. You could be blonde, super blonde, brunette, redhead, or the distinguished silver fox. And with these data, we could analyze and find the results that we were looking for. And the results were maybe not so surprising, because we found that women prefer length. On average, women had longer passwords than men. On sort of the opposite side, we found that men prefer a wider selection, or higher entropy, as it's called in cryptography. But the Unix gurus, the guys with the big beards and crazy hair, they had the worst passwords. And sometimes when I, tell these stories, I also give out advice. Now, you have seen this, Password Keeper. It's a book where you can write down usernames and passwords and names of websites and so on. This is a, standing joke on the internet, like this is not a good thing to do. Well, this can actually be a smart thing to do, because if you keep them in a book and you keep that book relatively safe, it's very hard for hackers anywhere in the world to get access to that book. They have to come home to you and find the physical book. On the other hand, doing this isn't too smart. The picture on the left was at a meeting I was attending, where somebody had written down usernames and passwords on a post-it note. And the picture on the right is when I actually purchased a new car a couple of years ago. And the car dealer, the salesperson, actually had a post-it on his wall with the username and password to log on to the system that he used to sell cars. So, well, I got a great discount, but I didn't hack into the system, even if I could, pretty easily. A problem with giving out advice is that people can very often misinterpret it. Very simple advice, like this one. What does this picture actually say? Does it say no smoking, safety first? Or did you read no safety, smoking first? A couple of years ago, I got divorced. And my ex-wife, who's a good friend of mine, she told me that, Per, you really need to get yourself a new hobby. You can't just be interested in passwords. And I said, well, I do have other hobbies as well. And she said, no, you don't. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Of course I have other hobbies than just passwords. And she said, well, what is it then? And I said, PIN codes. I mean, you can't be completely single-minded, can you? She laughed, and I'm sort of still single. But here's a little experiment that I did in the fall of 2013. I was visiting a school here in Bergen, where I live, And there are approximately 150, 200 students here, age 17, in the room. And I asked them to create a 4-digit PIN, and then I tried to guess what they had chosen. Among the girls, 1996 was the most common PIN selected, which is their year of birth. Among the boys, 1996 was the second most common PIN code selected, but the most common one was 1337. And to approximately 50% of you, you might not understand what this means. But if you read 1337 as letters, it says L-E-E-T, LEET, short for elite, which is an expression that you use when you're playing games with others and you get beaten because they are really good. And then you just type in 1337 for them. But as I said, the second most common PIN code selected by the boys was 1996. This is very predictable for people that you are using simple patterns. And the most common PIN codes in the world are those displayed on screen here. There's 1234, 0000, and so on. One that might be a little bit more difficult to understand is 5683. But if you do look at your phone, specifically the input for your PIN code, you can see letters down below the numbers. And those numbers that you see here, 5683, they will actually spell out the word love for you, L-O-V-E. So in order to create a long memorable PIN, this is a simple way to do it. Look at the numbers and look at the letters down below. Find yourself a very simple word, a password, a name, first name, last name, whatever works, which is very easy to remember, and you convert that into a PIN code. So the word Johansen, which is a very common last name in Norway, will be translated into the PIN code 56426736. Easy way to create a long, memorable PIN. And I'm sort of proud to say that, this research into PIN codes, the first time I did PasswordsCon was in December 2010. So it's almost 11 years ago now. And at that conference, I had Howard Smith from Oracle Corporation in the UK do the opening talk, and he talked about how people choose their own PIN codes. And what he said then is still valid today. It is very easy to guess. It's very predictable. So think about that the next time you choose your own PIN code. I also have some really great news for you. They are coming on the next slide. And with the next slide, I think you will be so happy that you may even, while at your home office, stand up and applaud this one. You will be cheering, and of course, feel free to type it into the chat field of this talk that you really enjoy this. Are you ready? Here we go. Mandatory and frequent change of passwords is not a good practice anymore. It decreases security, it destroys the user experience, and you probably knew this as well, is a waste of valuable time to keep on changing passwords again and again and again without no obvious purpose. This is based on many years of solid research from research institutions and public government organizations, publicly traded companies, and, well, myself as well, worldwide. And as a consequence of this, in 2016, I was asked by the US National Cybersecurity Alliance for World Password Day to help them write password recommendations. And these are my recommendations that I provide to, well, pretty much anyone. Number one, make your password a sentence. It should be a unique, single, easy to remember sentence, maybe something from your past, something from your childhood that is positive and easy to remember. And you can use spaces in between every single word. You should also have unique passwords for every unique account you have. And I know that is difficult. I have more than 500 accounts on the internet. I can't remember the passwords for all of them. That's why I have tip number 3. Write down your passwords. You can do it on a piece of paper, you can do it in a specific password book, or you can use a password manager. That's what I do. I'm using a password manager that keeps track of my passwords, that fills them into forms online automatically, generates passwords and so on. The only password I need to remember is my master password. But your mom, dad, maybe your uncle or grandma, maybe they are not that good with computers. You can advise them to write it down on a piece of paper. It's a much better option for a lot of people, and it is very safe to do. And number 3, wherever you can, use two-factor authentication. And all this madness from me about passwords is based on this, the value of a password. In the spring of 2013, Associated Press on Twitter got hacked. Somebody broke into their account and they tweeted out a message about explosions in the White House and then President Barack Obama had been injured. Now, this is false. But the consequence of this is that the Dow Jones stock index fell by $136.5 billion. And there was a Syrian electronic army, a hacking group, claiming responsibility for doing this. And that's the value of a single password for a single account on Twitter. And lots of people also come to me and they want to talk to me about password alternatives. They say, passwords aren't that good anymore, so maybe you can use biometrics as an example. Well, we can. Here's an illustration of my perspective of biometric authentication. It's very easy to bypass. And what a lot of people don't know or don't really want to understand or tell you is that biometrics is not a security feature. It's a usability feature that makes it easier to use your phone and your tablet and your computer. But it doesn't make security any better in most cases. There are also options available for software that can track how you type on a keyboard or track your mouse movements, and based on that, they can figure out if it is actually you using the computer or somebody else. Now, this has privacy implications. Tracking like you type, as an example, may be used for marketing purposes to separate different people from each other. As a consequence of this, a couple of years ago, a friend of mine, Paul Moore in UK, created a plugin for Google Chrome called Keyboard Privacy in cooperation with me. And this will disallow websites from doing behavioral biometrics of how you type so they can uniquely identify you. It's good for your privacy. It may reduce security in some cases. I have also looked into Android lock patterns. I was actually supervising or co-supervising Marte Løge, who was our MSc student at NTNU in Norway. And she found that when people were using Android lock patterns, they would usually create letters on the screen like this. And their work ended up as a published academic paper, which was really groundbreaking in the worldwide. So I suggest to people that you really have to do risk analysis. And what is risk analysis? Well, risk analysis is to come up with different threat scenarios or weaknesses that you might have and assign a likelihood value and a consequence value to that. Let's say you're going to work and there's a probability that you may get hit by a car. Not a good thing to think about, but if you look at statistics, if you talk to insurance companies, you will find that very few people will be hit by a car or by a bus while on their way to work. So we could say that likelihood is like 1. It very rarely happens to anyone. And then you need to assign the consequence value as well, which is here on a scale from 1 to 5. Let's say that if you do get hit by a bus or a car, the consequences are going to be maybe 3 or 4, but 5 is like death, and chances that you will actually get killed by this is, well, it's smaller than just getting injured. So maybe you will find out, well, we will end up with a certain value here. Now, doing a risk analysis is like this doesn't have to be that difficult. But the problem is, what I've learned throughout so many years, is that people prefer to do their risk analysis like this. They don't really care, they don't understand until it's too late to figure out what's going on. So to conclude this, we are very predictable and hackers are exploiting that fact. And I would like to explain to you why, one more time, why you should write down your passwords. And for that, I have a short video to show you here. Dear Mom and Dad, if you are reading this letter, I have probably gone missing against my own will. Down below, I have written a list of usernames and passwords that you might need to find me. Accounts like Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, and my phone account are here. Please try to find me as soon as possible. Remember that I love you. That is in an envelope named for emergency use only. Because the problem today is that we are not leaving enough digital traces after us for others to be able to find us. But electronic traces are becoming increasingly important to find people. So my recommendation for you is very simple. Take care of each other, write down your passwords, learn to trust others, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Per, for reminding us about the importance of strong passwords and also from sharing from your long experience. It was very insightful, and I'm sure we can all learn something from your talk. And Jonna and Joachim, I hope the public has a lot of questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for an awesome talk, Per. And as you can see from his talk, he has the same shirt on now that he had in the talk that he recorded several weeks ago. So I would encourage everyone to go on Twitter and tell him to take a shower, because hygiene when it comes to passwords and real life is important.
Well, as you
So thank you.
I have this face mask, which actually has some of the most common passwords found in the world, designed by Laurie Craner, professor at Carnegie Mellon University. But since I'm at my home office, I'll take it away for now. A little bit easier.
Can you show it closer? Can you show it closer to the camera so we can see some of the passwords you use?
Yeah, it's a easy reference. Yep.
One picture.
Oh, Pokemon. That's a good one.
That's one for you, Joachim, as well. Fuck off. One of the most common passwords, I'm just quoting this stuff. One of the most common passwords in the world.
Yeah, so I didn't actually look through if we have questions from the audience, but I have one myself, which is like about the passwords in general. Do you see any point in the kind of near or medium future that we could end up with no passwords? So
no.
To get rid of passwords in any way?
Never gonna happen. And there are many, many reasons for that, but one of them is a good one, which is there's no business case to support it. And that's for businesses to decide, but trust me, in many cases, there is not a business case to remove passwords. Second, what are you going to replace them with? And third, the usability of just having to use passwords everywhere or anything else. My camera that I'm looking into right now does not have any PIN code or password at all. So anyone who can steal it can also use it and also get access to my pictures on my SD card. There's no encryption of the SD card. If you were to implement any of those features, the camera would increase in price. I don't want to pay more for that camera. It's expensive enough already. Again, business case. So no, we won't get rid of passwords anywhere in my lifetime. That's my guess.
Yeah. What about PIN codes then?
So again?
What about PIN codes then?
You can go and watch Star Trek and Star Wars, and they are using PIN codes and I don't know how many years into the future. So even the guys doing science fiction novels, the women doing science fiction novels, not even they can imagine a future without PIN codes. So why should I?
Do you think the shortest, like normally nowadays, it's about 4 to 6 numbers, the PIN code. Will it become longer in the future? Maybe do we need to start memorizing pi or something?
Well, no. Well, again, I'm going to say that you are doing the question wrong. But again, it's about what kind of threat scenario do you have? I mean, I'm every second week I'm alone at home, and every second week my 14-year-old daughter lives with me, and I sort of trust her. I do clean my own clothes and my own apartment myself, and I don't have a personal risk scenario where I can imagine anyone breaking into my house, stealing whatever I had lying around here, and try to brute force my PIN. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is, well, basically enough, as long as the point is to prevent my daughter from abusing my phone, as an example. But as soon as I go outside, that threat scenario changes. If I go to a cafe, if I go to a pub, and my intention is to get drunk, then I might lose my phone there, easy. And then eventually I would, before going to the pub, I would change my PIN into a very long PIN, as an example. But you have to understand the risk first, the probability and consequences, before you decide, do you even need a PIN code? Do you even need a password?
I have a question. I mean, if we look at the people who are having these really easy passwords, do you think it is because they're lazy? Or do you think it is because of lack of awareness? And if it is lack of awareness, how do you think the whole world can improve it?
Well, you gave me 2 options, but I'm going to add a third option, which I got from my mom several years ago when she asked me for some help at her previous workplace. I asked her, she wanted me to log into her computer, and I asked her for her password at work. She told me, and I said, Mom, I have to deny your existence as my mom if you continue to use a password like this. I'm supposed to be something like a hotshot worldwide in password, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you really love passwords.
that I do. I have no interest in bear, cars, or sports. Passwords and PIN codes is what I do. But I mean, my mom looked at me with, this face that only a mother can look at you with, like. She thought about it for a few seconds, and then she said, well, listen, this system, this network, this computer has been set up by our IT department. And I teach nursery. That's what I do. I have no interest in computers or computer security. I trust them to keep it secure. So I don't care about what you say about my password because the system accepts my password. Why would the IT department allow me to use a password that they don't consider good enough? End of discussion.
So you think every company then, for people in social media and their private life, they should also take the responsibility of having very good and complicated tests so that they can use these very easy passwords?
Yeah, I mean, if Visma thinks that your customers have very sensitive data that needs to be protected, I mean, it's not your responsibility to keep security for your customers. They are part in this themselves, but you need to help them make the evaluation of what kind of security does your customers need. And if the decision is that, they have very highly sensitive data, they really need to get protected because the consequences can be, massive of some sort, then I would suggest you to implement a basic password policy that is in compliance with that risk scenario that you just set up. If you say that, well, you can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as your password, that's totally fine in our system. But you have to remember that you have incredibly sensitive data in there. Then I think you've basically done it wrong. you should say that if it is highly sensitive, you should have strong passwords, and obviously you should have two-factor authentication as well.
Thank you so much for this awesome talk and the Q&A session. We really appreciate Mr. Password coming over to our conference. And with that, I'll give the word over to our hosts.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you very much, Ben. Now it's Even Lysen's turn, and he's a lead consultant in Visma Consulting. And he's going to talk about a subject that I personally find very exciting, and that is companies ordering penetration tests that include social engineering of the employees and also physical attacks of the company. So in other words, you're attacking yourself or paying someone to attack yourself. And that is something that can appear as a daunting concept, but that we will probably see more of in the coming times. So Even, please take the virtual stage.
Hi there, my name is Petrus.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this talk. It's titled Why Not Red Team? It's a talk I wish I could have done on a stage in front of you and not from a camera deep in the woods of Norway. But these are the times, so compromises are necessary. My name is Even Lysen, and I work as a security consultant for Visma Consulting Norway. I could go on and tell you some funny stories, but I think I'm just going to tell you how I got started a little bit. And my first computer was the Commodore 64, and later we got the Amiga 500. And with this little thing you see right here, this is how I got started in, I'm hesitant to call it security and hacking, but at least this is what triggered the passion. This is we used this to edit hex files to manipulate certain parameters to give us more ammunition and lives in games, and we also bypassed copy protection with these things. You also had to have the expanded memory, and that soon led to buying books like these. And at the age of I think 9 or 10. We had to learn English first to understand what the hell this was telling us. But that was the beginning, and this I will show you right here. This is the best computer in the world, the Amiga 1200. I still have it. It's operational. It's heavily modified, but it's still fun. But that's how I learned basically to program, and after a while I went on to study game programming, and I've been working in security for the most part. I only studied game programming because that was the only class that taught low-level programming. So I'm basically here to talk to you about red teaming, or more precisely, I'm here to plead to you to include a few specific exercises the next time you order a penetration test or a security test of any kind. And since I'm terrible at keeping time when I talk, I've sadly found it necessary to write down a lot of stuff, and you might see my eyes go a little bit back and forth because I'm cheating, and this might put you to sleep, and I won't blame you. I haven't slept for about 31 hours, and I'm sleep deprived, and my mind is not fully functioning now, but it's one of the side effects of being interested in computers. And when you're stuck on a problem, you spend a lot of time on that problem. So but I have showered. So without further ado, let's begin. And so first, what is red team? And like a lot of things in modern technology, terms tend to have multiple definitions depending on who you ask. I've heard many people refer to red teaming as the same as a penetration test, and in a way it can be. But if you mention penetration testing, most people will think you're talking about hacking. And according to the media, hacking is done by a socially awkward teenager in a hoodie, high on Red Bull, and not a retired dude from MIT yapping about his modified model trains, leaving notes about being careful to not blow the fuses. And so red teaming is all of the above and more. It's basically, it means you're hired to get something, your objective, your goal, and you'll tinker with whatever that can bring you a step closer to your goal. It doesn't really matter if it's the electronic lock on a door, the access badge of an employee, or pretending to be the coffee machine repair guy. The coffee machine repair guy is probably a surefire. The one thing every company I've ever worked for as a consultant have in common is that they all complain about the crappy coffee machine. So this usually works as a strategy because people rarely bother a person who looks like he's supposed to be there, let alone the person that fixes the machine that gives you your morning cup of joe or other beverage you prefer. So, in summary, red teams should incorporate any tactic that might breach the target. Only then will that report the customer paid for have any value and indicate your real security posture. Of course, these things are always, the quality of the report will always depend on the skill set and the talent, the quality of the tester. So a thorough background check, so who you're hiring is something I recommend. Let's see. Of course, some things should be mentioned, like bludgeoning a poor sap to death with a wrench to get his ID badge, ramming the front entrance with an 82 Buick, or any kind of use of explosives. While efficient, these tactics are hardly elegant and they're frowned upon by the community. We try to have some class. We strive for some proper panache, and the key word is subtle. Yeah. So why is red teaming important? Because your attackers will most likely choose the path of least resistance. There are many intellectuals and politicians and writers who love to claim this will lead to crooked men, never achieve victory, guaranteed failure in life, etc., etc., etc. In reality, when attacking information systems or companies, it usually means you get what you want for cheap. Put yourself in their shoes. You can spend a lot of money on expensive gear to crack passwords, hire the smartest people on the planet to break encryption, spend hundreds, thousands of man-hours going through the code for the operating systems or whatever service someone's exposing, or you could just email Bernard. Sorry. The truth is, hacking systems is getting harder. It will never be impossible. As long as there is code, it can be done, but it requires a skill set, something which takes a long time to master. Social engineering and physical attacks, however, only require questionable morals, a wallet with a credit card, and they are often more rewarding, at least faster. The reason is simple. Decades of computer breaches have taught the developers of many of the tools we use today how to secure them better. So Bernard from marketing, on the other hand, he's got so many gadgets and networks running live around him 24/7 that he has no idea. He doesn't even care how it all works, how it all fits together, how this device communicates with that device and vice versa. He just wants the stuff, the new stuff. He wants to be an early adopter. With social media, these things have they have really boosted that status that they're after with stuff. And Bernard carries these devices with him everywhere. The laptop, the Fitbit, the phone, the tablet, the smartwatch, they're on him all the time. And at home, he has smart speakers, a water boiler, a vacuum cleaner, lights, cameras, smoke detectors, alarms, and a car, all connected to his 7-year-old router and controlled by apps. And if you ask him, when did you last update your firmware on the router? He will look at you with big eyes and say, what is firmware? And Bernard also has way too much access at work. There was that time when Laverne asked him to do that thing, to which Bernard said, yes, I will do it. He was granted full access, and when the job was done, no one removed that access. He's also got an RFID card with a picture of himself, which he proudly wears around his neck in a band, displaying to the world, I am Bernard, from marketing at this company. And with Google and today's, apps, you can pretty much figure out anything about a company within minutes. So he wears this badge of honor for everyone to see while reading the subway, having lunch at the downtown coffee house, and while resting his well-exercised legs on a bench in the park. What Bernard doesn't know is that his access card was cloned by that fella on the subway who looked like he was sleeping. The attacker now knows where this card might work. It says so on the card. The attacker takes the cloned card to the company building and beeps it. And a lot of companies don't require an access code, a PIN code, during regular office hours. So the attacker enters during the day, finds a toilet, and shacks up till the evening, playing Fallout Shelter, Candy Crush, or whatever suits their fancy. When the office is empty, he or she steps out. Every computer, copy machine, printer, router, whatever, is now up for grabs. The attacker places keylogger devices. They look like tiny USB dongles between the keyboard and the dock stations, or the keyboard wire and the dock stations. The attacker places screen grabbers between the HDMI cable and the docking stations. And these tiny little spies will most likely not be detected, as they use their own wireless connections to the attacker. They serve as their own hotspot. And so your local IDS or IPS won't detect them. You don't use the company's network to transfer anything. You can detect them with rogue access point detection, but good luck with that today when everybody puts up their own hotspots with phones and tablets everywhere all the time. There are solutions to that, but we don't have time to go into that right now because few people do it. So, and when Bernard visited the coffee shop, he went to the bathroom or went to pay for his donut. He left his laptop unlocked on the table, and the attacker walked by, plugged in a USB attack device into the port, waited a few seconds, and plugged it out again, and walks away. You see, when you scope out Bernard, and just so we're clear, this is a hypothetical Bernard. I have nothing against the name Bernard. I use it simply because it's the protagonist in one of my favorite video games of all time, Day of the Tentacle. So, big thank you to Tim Schafer and his whole crew. When you scope out Bernard, you're essentially saying the thing that the baddies will most definitely do, let's not bother to test that. Am I saying that all those application penetration tests you paid for are worthless? No, of course not. Do they have value? Absolutely, yes, they do. I bet the devs were ecstatic to have the chance to fix that nasty stored cross-site scripting bug before they went into production. I'm just saying that those reports scoped to a single application aren't showing you the entire jigsaw puzzle. There are plenty pieces missing here. So when you run a business, you don't just want to know if your app is vulnerable to cross-site request forgery, or that young Ethan, the new dev you hired straight from school, forgot to escape the encoded CRLF characters, opening your app up for log injection. You also want to know if your security cameras have blind spots, that your electronic locks actually are tamper-resistant and require a key code every hour of the day, that your locks, that the regular old-school key locks, which I recommend, by the way, sometimes, are damn hard to pick. You want to know that the printer is running the latest firmware. But perhaps most of all, you want to know the awareness level of your employees. Do they let the person who claims to be there to change the rugs walk around alone? How do they distribute sensitive information like new access codes? Do they lock their computers when they go for lunch or to the bathroom? Do they use the same passwords on multiple services? Do they use private accounts in their daily work? Do they have too much access on the network? There's plenty more, but you get what I'm talking about. None of these things are uncovered in regular application penetration tests or security tests. Yet these are the paths taken by our opposition. Yes, social engineering techniques and physical attacks can be problematic for your employees. It can be a hornet's nest of legal issues, and if done bad, it can have a negative psychological effect on the employees who are being abused in such an attack. But make no mistake, that nauseating feeling will be a lot worse if they're being abused in a real scenario. Let's say you run a consulting company. The investigators find out that one of your consultants' accounts were used during the breach. The following will happen. You cannot let this consultant do any work for any customers, nor can the person do much work at your company. It doesn't matter if Bernard is your best childhood friend. People keep secrets from each other. Maybe you didn't know that Bernard had a serious gambling problem. He was knee-deep in debt, needed quick cash, or his wife would take the kids and leave him. So someone approached him, offered easy money for easy access. Maybe Bernard took it. Or maybe Bernard just didn't know that he should use a passphrase instead of a password, and his password was such an easy guess or so short that an automatic dictionary attack cracked it. If so, then he's not guilty. It's not his fault. But it was still a vulnerability. But maybe he's guilty, maybe he's not. You can't let him work, and you can't fire him, at least not in Norway. Money out the window for you, a sticky situation to say the least for Bernard. He's still on payroll, but now everyone who knows will think twice about Bernard in the future. Doesn't matter if Bernard followed every policy and actually had his account breached because of another colleague who clicked some links and never told anyone. Bernard is the one taking the heat. Investigations like these can take a long time, and they do take a toll on the individual under the magnifying glass. Guilty or not, you might have to sit through numerous interrogations, hand over all your digital devices, sharing both your work data and your private and most personal data. A little side note. This is where all you people who claim that as long as you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, realize that those texts to your secret hubby or your intimate pictures taken during mild intoxication with your significant other lack context, and while far from illegal, they're not what you want distributed to the people in blue, especially since one of the investigators is a friend of your mother. I know that now is the time when you might not want to think about this. Haven't we got enough crap to focus on already? I bet you do. These are weird times, and all over the world, people are working from home. Right now, there are so many empty buildings with office landscapes full of devices still connected to a network, and a lot of these facilities haven't had a physical security test in a long time. Another side note I want to put forth here. not long ago, I included a pandemic as an availability issue in a risk analysis. And when I did that, I almost ended up as a laughingstock. My background for including it was the earlier MERS and SARS and things that happened in the early 2000s and later. No one's laughing now. If you're not prepared or have an infrastructure to work from home, then you are up shit creeks without a paddle right now. And so but there's another issue. What about all those home offices when working from home? Hoagie might use the company controlled computer, but he's working from the same network his wife's using with her old hunk of junk laptop, shopping Christmas gifts from coupons she found in her spam folder. The same network with a Kickstarter bought picture frame from that startup that didn't make it, meaning that firmware in that picture frame is no longer maintained. And these are issues that you have to think about when you run a company now. Suddenly, the home office for a lot of people is, in a way, part of your infrastructure. And then there's the phishing mails or phishing text. They're no longer coming from a prince who needs to relocate his fortune and just needs your bank account for temporary storage, and you'll get 20% if you agree to do it. No, modern phishing mails, they come from people you know, with malware hidden inside content that you might expect to receive. I mean, the 90s are a long time ago. And the attackers coming for your company or your employees, they aren't just recreational hoodie-wearing, fun-loving pranksters or foreign governments either. It's more likely they're your competition. Other companies in the same business as you. Everyone can purchase an attack today. Hackers as a service have been around for a long time now. If you can boost your business by spending a few $1,000s, some scrupulous suits will do exactly that. And you don't want to have to worry about a ransomware attack in the middle of this pandemic too. So to round off this little rant, I would just like to beg you all, again, the next time you hire someone to do a penetration test, keep the social engineering and physical break-ins part of the scope. It will train your employees better than anything else. It will make your company a safer place to work. And if a person clicks through a website or some app with content they're not really interested in, or they're ordered to dig up some esoteric Confluence site with technical jargon on what to do and what not to do, they will forget everything by lunchtime. But if you trick them in a safe environment, use them as pawns in a ruse, they'll remember for a long time. These exercises, when done right, can be fun for everyone and safe. So thank you for your time and attention. And in closing, I would like to end with the words of two of my heroes, Bill and Ted. Be excellent to each other and stay safe out there. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Evan, for a very, very good talk. Now we are pleased to have you here in the panel. So let's talk with you now, Joachim and Jona, together with Evan.
Yeah, thank you for an awesome talk, Evan.
Yeah, thanks.
Great.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great. We have plenty of questions from the audience here. Gonna start with those. So I'm going from kind of in order. So the first one would be how much worse do you think things are now with everybody working from home? So what's the kind of the status or the state of preparation that the companies have had beforehand, or maybe during the first weeks or months of the pandemic?
The big problem is probably that there's a lot of empty offices around the cities right now, and that will leave room for people to enter areas they shouldn't visit. And because of a pandemic, if you can just say, oh, the regular guy is sick, so I'm the new guy, I mean, no one's going to question you right now. That's one thing. And most companies are behind on security already before the pandemic, and now you probably have less time, less money, less people. So yeah, it's a tough time. And if I were a real attacker, I would go after the employees' home networks right now, probably. Return to some good old-fashioned war driving. Yeah. So I think we have a lot of challenges right now. If people are creative, and the attackers, they really are.
Yeah, absolutely. So up to the next question. It's actually a combination of two questions that I feel that are basically the same ish. So do you have any good recommendation for a locally hosted red team lab to train in that doesn't cost too much? And the other question that's kind of similar is how to get a job in physical testing, how to develop skills to do it without getting to do jail. Not getting caught does not count.
Okay. The first one, to have a red team exercise at your company, there are several ways you can do this. You can go out and buy scenarios, like me and Visma Consulting. I'm not going to do salesman stuff here, but we sell scenarios. And they don't cost that much. Or you can make your own scenarios and you just start playing around. It's all about having fun with your own. You can ask your own employees who wants to try and get in here, or it's sky's the limit. But I would recommend buying it from a company who has done this before. Because only then will the laws and the restrictions and everything be considered. Because, like the other question addresses, this is this can be problematic. You will break laws basically by doing this. How to get into this? Find your local hackerspace if you have one. There's usually some people there who are into lockpicking and RFID hacking and stuff like that. You can learn a ton. I would go to YouTube. It's probably one of the biggest sources of information. Like, check out Deviant Ollam. He's like a DEFCON legend. Check out his videos. So he's like the red team god for me. So
yeah, good news for the audience. You actually are in the YouTube right now, so you're the source.
No, I start playing around and picking locks. That's where and yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And if there's still a few minutes, so do you have a short story about the in your personal experience in red teaming, like something juicy?
Something juicy?
In a minute.
No, nothing really juicy. I just there's something, you have to sign a lot of NDAs when you do this, but the thing is, this is a lot more simple than you think. You can probably get into almost any building you want just by going to the reception and lie. That's the problem. You can just put on a House of Coffee t-shirt, go there and ask them, I was called, and I'm here to fix the coffee machine, and they will probably let you in.
Yeah,
and nobody wants to pay for someone to just escort you around the building. So
what's been the easiest job you've had in relation to this?
The easiest entry where I worked once, and I tested the Oslo office because they didn't know me. I worked at another office. And I just called them ahead and said, we're sending over this guy to take a look at the printer. And they were like, yeah, okay, that sounds good. And then I just walked up a couple of hours later and I said, I'm the guy who's here to check out the printer. They gave me an access card. I walked all over the building, into server rooms, everything. And people don't always lock their computers when they leave for the bathroom. You can plug in keyloggers. This is so simple. You just have to be a good liar and don't stress. Always look a little bit annoyed and ask questions and
So for the last question, for the last question, are you then a good liar? Yes or no?
No. I'm married. No.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being one of our speakers, Evan. Hopefully you can soon find your brother Odd. And with that, I'll give the word over to our hosts to introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Evan. That was very insightful. Now our colleague Alan Saeed will join us. And he's a security and machine learning architect in product security in Visma. And today he's going to talk about machine learning in product security and how it can be used for such things as anomaly detection, analysis, and computer forensics. So please welcome Alan.
Hello, hi. My name is Alan Saeed, and I'm a security and machine learning architect at Visma Product Security, and I'm also a security researcher there. In this very short presentation, I'm going to go through security in the context of machine learning and our experience in product security when it comes to that technology. So, the agenda. This is what we're going to go through in this short presentation. Purpose. What is the purpose of this presentation? What is it that we're trying to deliver? And then, since we're talking about security in the context of machine learning, I thought it would be interesting to give a very short definition of what machine learning is. Then we're going to go through machine learning in the product security, how we actually use machine learning in product security in relation to some use cases that we have there. Towards the end, I'm going to provide you with some contact information for any questions or any concerns or any sort of advisory that you want in relation to this topic. We're more than happy to assist you. So, purpose. What is the purpose of this presentation, really? Really, what we're trying to do is to share our experience in product security when it comes to machine learning and security, and share that with everyone. And if you have any questions or any concerns in relation to that topic, we're more than happy to help out. That is the main purpose of this presentation. Now, before we go through the use cases and the use of machine learning in product security, I thought it would be interesting to give a very short definition of what machine learning is. I have completely copied and pasted for this definition from Wikipedia, from the internet. I'm going to read through it and explain what I mean by machine learning as I read through this. So machine learning is a study of computer algorithms that improve automatically through experience. It is seen as a subset of artificial intelligence. Machine learning algorithms build a mathematical model based on sample data known as training data in order to make predictions or decisions without being explicitly programmed to do so. So what we're trying to say here, really, we have training data. And training data, in my opinion, is the backbone of machine learning. Without training data, you don't really have any models. So we have these training data, and that data consists of various types of information, events, scenarios, depending on what problem we're trying to solve, really. We use this training data in order to build mathematically build some models. And we use these models for different purposes. For example, we use it for the purpose of predictions, we use it for the purpose of classifications, or for decision making. And that is really the main purpose of machine learning. Now, in the context of product security, we use machine learning in different situations or scenarios. In one of the scenarios that we use machine learning and statistical analysis is the internal data analysis, really. The idea here is to use this technology to learn more about how teams are actually hardening their data. So we have a lot of data from different teams in Visma, and these data can consist of information such as what kind of, for example, how they harden their databases, what kind of encryptions they use, what kind of things. These are called self-security assessment information. And using this data in combination with machine learning and statistical analysis, we can actually get an interesting idea of how teams generally secure their environment, harden their infrastructure. And by learning these information, we can actually learn more about which is the weakest part of these teams and where we can focus on. And we're going to talk about and provide some samples of these graphs as we go along. The other project that we have used on machine learning is the anomaly detection project. This project is in cooperation with IPP team and product security. The idea is to identify suspicious behavior from and to different endpoints within the network. We're going to go through this project and we provide you with some information of what kind of data that we get in terms of this project. The other project that we have used machine learning, which we're going to open source it in future, is called Colombo. Colombo is a digital forensics tool. It actually uses machine learning to identify malwares or hidden evidence and various other things. So ideally, this project is designed to help and assist forensics or digital forensic examiners in their work. The other thing that we try to use machine learning with is the automation of internal processes. At the moment, this is in the experimental phase, but once we're done with this, we are more than happy to share the result of these experiments. We at Product Security try to focus on innovation quite a lot. And one of the key factors of innovation is machine learning that we use. We try to use machine learning in various types of tasks and experiments. And this is quite important, but it is in the early stage for the time being. Now, internal data analysis. This is a sample example of some of the results that we got of the data that we have from the old self-security assessment. As you can see, if we take like server-client validation, we can see the majority of team, they actually use server validation, and the rest using client and server validation. As we go down, we get different information. Now, remember, these graphs are for all data and for a couple of years back. And since then, a lot of improvements have been done within the infrastructure and within the teams that we have. Now, with these graphs, the product security guys can actually get a bit of sort of idea where they are standing and where they need to focus and where are the weakest links and where we need to spend more time on. And this is one of the examples of that. The other examples are the database permission. Within the database permission, we can see that the majority of teams are actually using countermeasures to protect their databases. And as we go along, we don't actually, we see different type of information. But again, the idea and the purpose of using machine learning in such scale is to learn more about how these teams are actually dealing with their securities. And with this, how we can help them to improve that security. So this is a really handy tool to get more and more information about this. And when we have new data within new setups, we are going to compare these results and further learn more about the improvements. So this is one of the cases where we use machine learning. The other case is called the Visma anomaly detection. This is a project that is in production at the moment. The requirement of this project was as following. We wanted to identify suspicious behavior or activity towards and from many endpoints. So what that really means, we're trying to identify abnormalities without making big changes in the infrastructure and without putting any complex solutions in place. And this is where we use machine learning. The infrastructure is basically like this. We have a huge amount of traffic generated coming and going, and we have some gateways in the middle. These gateways has all the proper check-ins in place to check all the traffic's coming and going. But in the middle, this is where we have Visma anomaly detections, which tries to identify suspicious behaviors from these gateways towards these endpoints and vice versa. So the look and feel of the dashboard of the anomaly detection is like this. You would have different graphs containing all the similarities of traffic all the way down to, less similarities. And this is where we identify what the anomalies. And we have some statistical information like anomaly rates, average, standard deviations, and variance, and different other information like that, which we actually use these information to further improve the product. And further, we have daily report of all the anomalies that are identified by Visma anomaly detection. So in this case, for example, the system identified 5 anomalies. So these anomalies will be reviewed by us, and we actually go through those anomalies. And if they are relevant, then we flag them as relevant, and further investigation will be done. But if they are not, the next time when the model is trained, and the model is actually trained automatically, these information will be discarded. So we tell the model, do not get these information again, because these are false positives. And through this, the model is learning and learning and learning until it gets to the point that pretty much learned all the behaviors that is going through the traffic. And then the other project that we have is called Colombo. As I said, Colombo is a digital forensics tool. It's a standalone. We're going to open source it in future. And this is the look and feel of Colombo. So Colombo consists of 3 main parts. This one is called the live analysis of files and process traceability. And this option, Colombo tries to identify malware activity within the running machine, and tries to identify them and provide some sort of suggestions of these processes to be malicious or genuine. The other thing that Colombo does is to scan and analyze hard disk images, mounted hard disk images. So if you have any infected hard disk images, Colombo is designed to go through all of these information and identify where the malwares are, where the hidden evidence are. The other thing is memory forensics. Again, Colombo tries to identify, using machine learning and pattern recognition, all the parts that have been infected by malwares or other, malicious activities. The features of Colombo are as following. First of all, it only supports Windows environment for the time being, but we are planning to have this for Linux and Mac. So as I said earlier, it analyzes Windows machines while malware is actively running. It investigates images of hard disk in the form of VHDX. And it goes completely into the memory image and of Windows machine and tries to identify all of the information. So these information will be extracted and automatically will be pre-processed, and it will be fed into Colombo. And Colombo will try to identify and suggest all the infected directories, all the executable commands that have been involved in the compromise in a form of suspicious or genuine. And it tries to cluster and group them according to their mother processes. It traces all the processes back all the way to root process in combination with the time of execution. And it identifies the process's responsibility in terms of whether this process is going to be a mother process of any other processes or not. And this is only if the process is designed for such purpose. So yeah, these are the main features of Colombo. As I said, we're going to open source this product, and we're going to have a video explaining how you can actually use Colombo if you would like to use it. This is a demo of Colombo. As you can see, some of the outputs, we've got some machine learning outputs, zeros. So it did some investigation and actually classified these paths to be genuine, giving the percentage value of each of them. But if we further investigate, let's say this is one of the processes that we have identified within the memory image that we're investigating, process number 17612, then if we press this, we get all of these information. Let's go back up. So the first thing that Colombo identifies is the possible process path of execution. So in this particular example, it says this process number is associated with this command, with PowerShell. And as we can see, this is a payload. If we further scroll down, what we can see that it gives some information about this payload, and it says machine learning model classifies this executions to be suspicious, as you can see at the bottom, But what we need to do for anything that we identify is to consider the percentage scores of any findings. And it's confident that this is a malware or a attempt to hack this particular computer is giving a percentage of 83%. Now, further, Colombo provide a proper path or process traceability for that matter when it comes to this process. What it says, this process, which was the PowerShell process, was executed at this time. It was executed by this process, with this process ID at that time, all the way down to the root process. So if we take it from the right to the left, what we can see that this root process, which has this process number, executed this process, and then executed that process, and this process, and that, and all the way to the PowerShell. But furthermore, this process itself, 17612, is executing another process. In another word, it is a mother process of another process with this value, and that is 17144. So if we copy this to further investigate this, and then what we get other information in relation to this process, all the DLL association with that, with their sizes, as we can see, and we can actually investigate this further, but it doesn't find any handles when it comes to this process. So if we wish to further investigate other processes that we have identified in any particular images, what we can do, we say yes, and we take, for example, the other process that we considered, and we get more information where it says that, okay, there are some suspicious activity in relation to that, and it is giving 100% score. And this process, as you could see, was executed by the other process, 17612, and all the way back. And here, this is the final process, and it doesn't execute any other processes. Further, this process has this DLL associations with it. So this was a very short demo of a very small part of Colombo. Hope you liked it. If you have any questions in relation to security and machine learning in general, or any of those products that you have talked about, or anything that, for example, if you need security in the context of machine learning for your product, we are more than happy to help you. You can either contact me or Espen. But if you want to learn only about machine learning in the context of non-security matters, then you can contact Michael or Paul Frederick. And with that, I thank you ever so much for your time. Have a good time. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Alan, for a very, very good presentation. Now we have the honor to speak with you in the panel. So let's begin.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talk, Alan. And machine learning is probably on everyone's ears now. I think we have some questions in the chat that we will ask. So one interesting one here is, will machine learning put security experts out of a job?
Absolutely not. At least for the time being, I don't think we will experience that. The whole idea of machine learning and artificial intelligence, if I simplify it really, is to make your life easier. So think about it as an assistant to help you with your job, not to replace you. But in some situation, it might replace some individuals with low-level skills. It might, but that's not guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what comes to my mind, like initially, that if things like this would be automated, it would be kind of easy to circumvent the detection as well, because yeah. And it was a part of a two-part question, which the follow-up would be, will it evolve into a Skynet type of thing and consider us as threats and try to kill us?
Ooh, I mean, we are going way too extreme at the moment. I wouldn't think so. I mean, it's still the human element in it, and that plays an important role. No matter what, we train these models to do something. Is we provide these information. It's just human very much involved in that. And this is we talking about it now. 20, 30 years from now, the equation might change, so we don't know. But let's live now rather than worry about 10 years or 50 years from now.
Yeah. But there are kind of some dangers in the kind of reinforcement algorithms and such.
Oh, yeah. It can be dangerous if you're not careful. And there are new approaches and new technologies out nowadays. But again, we are controlling that for the time being. If we, I don't really want to say that at some point we're going to lose our jobs, because everything's possible, put it this way. But I don't think that's going to happen now, maybe 20, 30 years from now. And that's just an assumption, really.
Yeah. Okay, there's a Colombo specific question in the chat as well. Since there might already be some malware running on a given user's machine, what's the starting point for the algorithm? How do you ensure a minimal level of false negatives? So this is about running the analysis on a live computer.
So let's put it this way. Let's start with a false positive. It's nearly impossible to reduce false positives when it comes to, forensics, digital forensics. So the thing that you can do and hope for, assistance, and this is what we're trying to do with Colombo. Colombo is sort of designed to help you sort of minimize those false positives as much as possible and focus on where exactly the problem is. Now, again, to help you to do that, we sort of included this thing like a percentage score based on what information we have used to train the model. So the better the data that we provide to train that model, the better percentage of score percentage you get in terms of detection, and less less positive. So if you ask me how good Colombo is in terms of detecting everything, it's impossible to know because there have been situations that we have straight away identified the malware without any problems, and there were situations that we haven't really. But what we are trying to do is to continuously train the model with the new scenarios and situations, so we can really understand and learn these aspects that we haven't heard before, or the model haven't heard before. So so far is good. We have managed to detect quite a lot of malwares, but at the same time we are getting false positives as well. So, but hey, I mean, if you have a forensics examiner trying to examine something, whether you like it or not, you experience some false positives. You think this is actually a malware, but when you further expand your investigation, it will turn out that this is not really the case. So Colombo is giving you some sort of an indication, a right direction where to start, and surely it will reduce the time that you spend on investigation. And it's an assistant mechanism, really. It's not to replace the digital examiner. I mean, it's important that we put that on the right context. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, truthfully. There's another question about the kind of learning about these things. So, question from the chat. Do you have some recommended reading for those who want to learn more about the machine learning / artificial intelligence in the context of security?
Well, I mean, if you want to start machine learning in the context of security, first, I recommend you to know security first before you jump into machine learning, because you need to understand the domain that you're trying to solve and the domain that you want to spend time on. And secondly, if you're from Visma, then there are some running training courses organized by Visma. I encourage you to attend those. And further expand your knowledge going through different documentations online. I mean, there are quite a lot of things that you can do. And like before I mean, back in the day, it was only 1 or 2 books to read about machine learning, but now you have a lot of resources. So yes, understand the security aspects of it. You need to know what is it that you're trying to solve. And then, yes, there are a lot of resources on the internet. If you're from outside of Visma, you can, just go on YouTube and type in machine learning, for dummies. You get a lot of hits, and you actually learn a lot about it. So yeah, I mean, it all boils down to you, how much interested you are when it comes to machine learning in the context of security.
Yeah, thanks. A few Colombo specific short questions. First one is, what language is the Colombo written in?
Colombo is written in Python. So we're going to, by the way, next week, hopefully, we're going to release it. If we get the videos done with Joachim and Jona. So what we're trying to do is to have a couple of videos explaining how you can actually use Colombo with some examples and explaining all the technical parts of it in relation to the architecture and everything. Remember, this is the beta version, so we are waiting for feedbacks. This is in the absolute alpha version, put it this way. So there's a lot of improvement that needs to be done in terms of Colombo, and we welcome any feedbacks in relation of how you get once you use it.
Yeah. The other question about the same topic basically is that so basically you are providing a pre-trained model with Colombo.
Yes. Yeah. The model is already pre-trained. I was asked whether there's going to be a method that individuals can retrain the data. At the moment, that's not available with this release, but yes, we are thinking about putting a sort of a framework around it of what kind of data you should use, or whether you want to take this to the next level and use other attributes. We very much welcome that as well. You just need to contact us, and we will obviously talk about it. The idea is to create that framework around it and help individuals to train their own models.
So in relation to the training of a model of this type in machine learning, just to get us some kind of an idea, how much data did you actually use to train this model, and how accurate do you consider it to be?
Okay, so we use up to 7,000 different records based on different analysis that we got. And how accurate that would be is, usually when you train a model, you go through various phases. You actually first need to pre-process that data, and you need to understand the attributes in relation to that data. That's very important. What kind of accuracy you get, it really depends on the quality of data, first of all, how good your data is. Secondly, what kind of algorithms you use for your training data. And then how can you trust whether the accuracy of your model, let's say, is 80% or 90%? How would you know whether this is really accurate? So one of the things that we use, at least I use for that, apart from the statistical approach to see whether how accurate the model is physically I put it on a physical test. So we tested on various type of up to, let's say, 50, 60 different images to see whether we can actually narrow down the patterns that we want to identify, knowing before that where the problem is. Same thing will apply to the images and some running machine. In fact, we run some tests with Jona, who's here. He actually wrote a couple of malwares in Go, which was nicely identified by Colombo at the very first attempt. So we did try various different techniques, but yet feedbacks are very important, and that's why we still call it the beta version. Am I good to go now?
Yep.
I'm joking. Am I released?
I mean, this is not a prison, so I mean, you're of course free to leave whenever you want. But on that note, I think we're nearing.
That was just a joke, anyway. So
yeah, no, but we're actually nearing the end of the Q&A session. So thank you.
But anyway, anyone has any questions,
speaker.
you can contact me directly. I'm more than happy to assist or answer your questions.
Yeah. So
unless if you're Sam, I ignore you.
Thank you very much, Alan, for being one of our speakers. And with that, I'll give it over to the host.
Yes, thank you so much, Alan. I hope you will not ignore me. I would like to thank 4 people now, actually, for making this conference happen. Because we are coming closer to the end of the conference, so now is a suitable time. If this was in real life, I would have handed you flowers or wine or chocolate or something now. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, that is not possible. But Jona, Helle, Joachim, and Per, thank you so much for all the efforts and all the work you've been doing for, I think it's almost 9 months, to be honest. You have done a fantastic job, and I think we've seen that also in this conference, where we've had so many people viewing us. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much, Isabel. And of course, thank you to you too as well. And we also wanted to thank all our speakers that took the time, and of course, all the audience watching. And I hope we will be able to repeat the success very soon.
Yes, and now lastly, we have one final talk, which is from Visma's own CISO. CISO stands for Chief Information Security Officer. And he will actually talk about a disaster that successfully was averted. Very interesting. His name is Ole William Ingelsen. And in this talk, we actually have a little wish for all the companies in the audience as well. And that is, if we all together decide to become more transparent, if we decide that we will share incidents with our branch colleagues and with the media and everyone else, if we decide to shout out with indicators of compromise that can be beneficial to others, then we can create this really strong shield against the cyber criminals together. Because we are in this war side by side. This is something we do together. And if we decide to put them and their patents in the spotlight, we will also hinder them to reach more success. So please do that, share, and be transparent.
Yeah, that's a very good wish. Today, Ole William will talk about ransomware, which is when criminals try to hold a company hostage by extortion. And that in ransomware is something that we have heard a lot about recently. So it will be very exciting to see how to respond to such an attack, and also how the Visma security team fights this off on a daily basis. So welcome, Ole William.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ole William Ingelsen, and I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for the Visma Group. Here today, I have the pleasure of talking a bit about how we, every day in the Visma Group, is targeted with ransomware from cybercriminals, and how we, on an everyday basis, fight this. I'm going to tell a bit more about a case where the cybercriminals actually got a bit further than we really would like them to get. But before I start, I would like to thank you all for participating here in this security conference. I'm glad that so many are participating, and I hope that you have found it interesting. All the other speakers as well. It has been a pleasure. So before I start, I would just like to talk a bit about or introduce myself. I'm new in this role in the Visma Group. I joined the Visma family in 2019 as Chief Information Security Officer. And then in August here this year, I took over the role for the entire Visma Group. I have a background as a developer, and I have more than 20 years of experience before joining Visma. I worked as a security consultant, where I've been working as a pen tester. I've been working with application security, and for a short time, I also worked with the IT audits. But yeah, we are going to talk about ransomware and case where Visma was targeted, and yeah, the cyber criminals had a bit more success than we really wanted. We were hit or targeted with the Roik ransomware that almost hit us. There's a Romanian saying that says, "I heard the bullet passing by my ear," and in this case, the Roik ransomware was the bullet, and yeah, the ear was all of us, all of Visma, all our systems. But yeah, luckily they didn't succeed in the way that they wanted. So yeah, that's what we are going to talk a bit about. First, I want to introduce you to the bad guys. Who are we talking about here? It's the hackers, the scammers, or the cyber criminals that's trying to gain access to our system. They are really good at what they are doing, and they are continuously improving, getting even better. Now they are targeting large corporations with ransomware, and yeah, they are also after us. And for those of you, perhaps there's not that many, but if some of you don't know what ransomware is, I can very quickly explain. It's basically software that the hackers or criminals install or try to get you to install that will give them access over your system, and very often the software will begin to encrypt your system, your computer, and the data on your computer, and then you need a code in order to decrypt your data and get access to your system again. And in order to get that code, you need to pay a ransom, basically, to the criminals. And yeah, they are targeting larger and larger corporations. It's really been an industry that has evolved. And as you can see here, this is a graphical representation of a statistic that was published by the Finnish cybersecurity company F-Secure in 2017 that shows how the evolution of ransomware has increased or grown exponentially. You can see here, you saw the first ransomware here in 2010, and gradually there's been added more and more ransomware families. You see different types of ransomware. And here you can see at the end of the chart here, we have a large range of different ransomware families that are available for the criminals to do their work. And yeah, there is a cost of ransomware. It's not just the costs of the ransom that needs to be paid to the criminals. It is also the cost of enforced downtime, meaning the time that your system is down, you can't access the system, or your customers can't access the system. There's also a cost in loss of reputation, There can be liabilities. In some cases, we see collateral damage. Perhaps it's not the case here that much in the case here with Visma, but there is examples where ransomware has been deployed in hospitals, and here it has led to death. So there could be collateral damage, and there can also be data loss. And in these GDPR days, we know that that can also have a cost if you lose personal data. And yeah, we are talking about a lot of money. Here are some of the cases for the past few years. To begin with, we have the Maersk attack, or the Maersk incident. Maersk, who is the world's largest shipping company, was hit in August 2017 by a ransomware attack. In this case, it was from a state-sponsored actor. They didn't pay any ransom here, but the ransomware eliminated really their infrastructure, and they needed to rebuild their infrastructure, and it is estimated that the cost of that was around or between 200 to 300 million US dollar. Then we have another case, Norsk Hydro, that also was hit by ransomware, and took a long time to recover, and so far it has been estimated that cost them around 45 million British pound. An example here from this summer was Garmin. Garmin was also hit by ransomware. If some of you have a Garmin watch monitoring when you run or when you bike or swim or do other types of activities, there was around 5 to 7 days, I think, where you were not able to upload your data to the Garmin system. And that was because they were hit by ransomware. They haven't publicly announced that they paid ransom, but it is expected that they actually paid a ransom of around 10 million US dollar in order to get access or gain control over their system again. But it's not always just attackers that's coming from outside that will hit you with ransomware. The latest example here is Tesla. In this case, it was an employee that was approached by a criminal and offered $1 million US to install ransomware on the company's corporate network. Luckily for Tesla, instead of doing so, the employee reported this to Tesla and to the authorities, and then the criminal was caught. But it doesn't always go that way. So, in our example, we have also been tried to be hit by ransomware, and in this case, in the end of September, we saw an increase in phishing emails, saw many waves of phishing emails that was directed to our employee, and we could see that each phishing email was different. It used different malware binaries, and these binaries were not detected by our antivirus solution Defender. Usually the waves, they started in the afternoon after 5 o'clock and finished just around 1 in the morning. And we actually also saw an increase in the phishing waves and emails being sent out on Friday afternoon. So if the attackers would be successful there, then they would have most of the weekend to do their work before people returned to work there. Luckily for us, and in this case, it also happened here in Friday afternoon. We have a cyber response team monitoring the traffic and monitoring the activity in the network. So we were able to start working and mitigating the attack in the weekends. But yeah, that's typically what the cyber criminals do here in Friday afternoon, sending out their phishing emails. And yeah, the emails, they looked okay, and I will show you examples of these emails later on. But also when you investigate it, you could see that sender policy frameworks was applied, and the emails came from real domains. This is two examples of the emails that was received by the Visma employees. They used information here about Visma, and they also used here, you can see Google Drive. As you know, Visma is or using G Suite, and therefore it's very often that we send files to each other using Google Drive. So it didn't really look that odd that an email included and a link to Google Drive in this case here. Of course, there's no Tiller Goodman or Lally Brown in this case, but it's not always that you know, especially in such a large company as Visma, that you know all the people, of course. And in this case, we had an employee who clicked on a link here in the email and downloaded the bait, and in the end ended up installing this on his or her computer. And so this was really what started the attack, or enabled the attackers to go even further in. And really they followed the recipe, as you can see here, for the attack. Is sent out phishing emails to deliver the malware to the Visma users, and they succeeded in getting one of the employees to click on the link, download and install the software. In this case here, it was the print document exec that would load the malware into the laptop. And then from there, they also downloaded Cobalt-Strike, a tool used to move laterally within the organization, within the network. So that was what they were able to do here. In this case, the employee was on VPN, even though working from home, was on the Visma network, and that enables the attackers to gain access to our network. And yeah, then they moved laterally using PowerShell and got access to some of the assets, and actually ended up getting access to one of our domain controllers, and tried to work on the domain controller. What we found out was that, as I started saying, they were very good. And yeah, this ransomware industry is big business. We could see also that because they work like a business. They work like a software company, just like we work. They are utilizing public cloud infrastructure, public cloud providers. They used AWS in this example, but they had also access to other hacked servers from where they could deploy their command and control centers and really control the attack. We saw that the malware was signed with stolen or anonymously bought certificates, and therefore the malware wasn't recognized or stopped by our antivirus solution. We could also see that they recompiled the code very often, and thereby making sure that the antivirus software were not able to recognize the software itself. And they deployed Cobalt Strike to move around in the organization laterally, and Cobalt Strike mostly point and click enable them to get access to some of the systems. They also used DNS over HTTPS to hide the malicious traffic and move around. We could see when we started doing forensic. And they signed the codes. You're able to get malware or basically software in general signed by anonymous code signing signatures, and we could see that this was something that they did, as well as use some certificates that they had previously stolen other places. But we also are agile in Visma, and so we could see that something was happening. We could see that we were attacked, and here we have 41 servers that were attacking us. We gathered threat intelligence based on their attack patterns. We could see the infrastructure. We were in dialogue with the authorities to close down the certificates or invalidate the certificates that was used. We discovered parts of their infrastructure and thereby identifying Amazon and other servers that was used, and we of course informed about this. We blocked their IP addresses, and we quarantined emails that included the malware because the attackers, they kept sending phishing emails, and actually at one point they sent emails to all the Visma employees, 12,000 people. Luckily, we were able to quarantine these emails also in Gmail. And then we deployed endpoint detection and response software. We had already deployed this software, the Sentinel-1 software, at some endpoints, but then we ensured that at all key infrastructure assets, this solution was deployed as well. And this actually enabled us to be sure that they didn't succeed in installing the actual ransomware. So they didn't get to installing the ransomware, but we could see that they tried to install this ransomware software. So this is why we say that the disaster was averted, because if they had been successful in installing the ransomware at our domain controllers, this could really have hit us big time. But yeah, what have we learned? And I think perhaps it's obvious that being proactive really helps. And we have also been proactive and acting proactive here. In this case, there's still room for improvement. There always is. So some of the things that we learned here is that we can do even more awareness and communication. We actually had identified one day before the attack happened that there was a rise in this distribution of the BureLoader malware, that we could see that it was sent to Visma employees, and this was posted on our intranet on Space. But of course, we could have done even more. We could also have sent out warnings to all employees. There's, of course, not everybody who goes in and reads what is on Space. So there is room for improvement here. We have also learned that we need to speed up the deployment of the Sentinel-1 EDR software to all endpoints. And we are currently in the process of that right now. We want to be sure, or we want to cover the entire Visma infrastructure, not just laptops or workstations or Active Directories. We also want to deploy this to production servers to ensure that we have that covered also. Of course, we also need to take a look at our network infrastructure, the structure of our network. We could see that the hackers, it has been too easy for them to move around in the Visma network. So here we are also going to work on implementing a better network structure. We are looking towards a zero trust strategy. I know that perhaps zero trust has become a bit of a buzzword these days, but basically it is about tightening security and making sure that there is a perimeter around each of our assets and controlling really what access should be granted to all these assets individually. So instead of having a firewall and a network, and once you have been able to pass the firewall, then you have access to pretty much everything within that network. We need to create smaller networks. We need to be sure that we have policies in place that explains what you should have access to if you are, as for an example, on a Visma managed device. If you are working from your private laptop, there can be other assets or other rules that you can access or that you can't access, really. So we are going to work on zero trust to ensure to have a tighter security and really improve the security within the organization. So these are just some of the things that we are working on. We are, of course, making sure that our monitoring and analysis team that are monitoring the network and analyzing what's happening also have the proper resources. We are working on ensuring that Darktrace as our monitoring tool is deployed to all parts of the Visma organization. If there isn't already an intrusion detection system in place there. So we are doing a lot of things to mitigate these type of attacks. But I think perhaps we cannot emphasize enough that awareness is really key, because the criminals always get smarter, find new techniques to get access to the system. So therefore, we need to be aware. We need to know what's happening, and cybersecurity is a responsibility for all of us. So that's why we are so focused also on the awareness part. So this was a short talk about ransomware and how we are met by ransomware attacks every day, and how we have so far been able to mitigate these attacks. If there are any questions, I will of course be more than willing to answer those later on. But for now, thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting speech, William, and it was also today's last speech. And I hope you're ready for our panel now.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really good one. First question, here goes. So in order to mitigate things like this, it seems really important to raise awareness. Do you feel that the transparency would be of a greater benefit for a greater public, from other companies as well? And do you think that the transparency here has been beneficial for our cause?
Yeah, I think in order to mitigate these types of attack, I think awareness is really key. We can put a lot of appliances and apply a lot of tech stuff to this, but at the end of the day, the majority of errors happens just 40 centimeters in front of the screen, and we have seen examples where the people that has been victimized here has actually done a lot of work in order to get hold of these malware or phishing emails, like collecting them from the spam folders, because there could be something interesting in there. So awareness is key, and I also think that it's important to be transparent and tell the stories as we have done here. Also, in order to share the experiences, what have helped in our case, but also in order to share, say, the IoTs, or how they are working, the cyber criminals, their techniques, and as we did here, actively fight them off, shutting down, invalidating certificates, shutting down servers. I think that's really important also.
We have a question in the chat. Could endpoint protection have caught this?
And you could say it actually did. We applied endpoint protection, and that was in the end also what we used to mitigate and to stop the attack. So as I mentioned, some of the learnings here is also to ensure that we have endpoint protection and response on all our endpoint devices, really, no matter if we're talking about production environment servers or if we're talking about workstations. And mobile devices is, you can say here, it's also very, very relevant. So that's definitely something that we will do. And this also is a part of the zero trust strategy that I talked about. That's an essential part to be able to mitigate these attacks also.
So I have a kind of a follow-up question to that, because as I understand it, we shared this quite early with the police. Did that have a positive effect on other organizations going forward?
Yes, it did, and unfortunately, I'm not able to share very much in this context. But yeah, we did share the information that we found with the police, and they were actually able to help other companies, because from
the forensics that we did and the evidence that we looked at, we saw that other companies had been attacked, and of course we shared that information with the authorities. And yeah, it's multinational, so it was a company outside Norway, or another company outside the Visma domain, and we shared that information, and hopefully they were also able to stop the attack. As I haven't talked about this here in this speak, but we had a similar experience where we were the ones that was informed about attack going on in our infrastructure in August 18, and we have talked about this previously in other speaks and shared our experience there. And that was basically what happened in that case, that in another attack, they saw evidence that Visma was also under attack and was compromised. And here we were the ones who were able to help here. All right, you are able to control the crowds.
yeah. It's I built a like a kid firewall there, but apparently there's some ingress rule that is leaking. So there were a few other questions in the chat as well. So one of them goes, did you have some kind of a playbook in place to use in case of a like actual ransomware attack, or did you have to improvise on the go? And they kind of follow-up comment there. I often see companies with backups, but it stops there.
Yeah. Well, we have processes, you can say incident management and what we call high impact incident management processes that you can say we use and that we follow in cases like this. But there's of course also a lot of improvisation and forensics going on, and from there the things can spawn into different directions. But we have a very thorough process of also documenting all the different steps that we take as we go along, and describing the different actors, describing the different points, you could say servers that are attacking and everything. So we have a very thorough process of documenting all that we do. But of course, you cannot script everything, and I think it's very difficult to get the criminals to follow that script anyway. Of course, we need to improvise as we go along. But the documentation part also of what's happening will also enable us to be better next time. And yeah, in this case here, we have had no use of backup, but yeah, backup is of course also an essential part of the strategy.
Yeah,
I have another question also. I mean, if we look at everybody in the world and their knowledge, or maybe not so much knowledge, in the topic of cybercrime, and then we can see all the companies who we wish to be transparent and share information. And then we see also that they are afraid of doing it because they don't want to be the cybercrime company in the eyes of, if we'll say, ordinary people. How do you think this can be changed? How can we start working in a better way around this?
I think it will take a long time really to change the impression, because one of our concerns also here was if the public got aware of this initially, how would they react? What would the front page look like? Would it be Visma hacked? You say it's also a matter of how we try to. I think it's control. Perhaps is not the right word, but how do we want to present these things to the press in order so we don't create chaos and still look like we are in control, because in this case we have been in control of the situation. So it's a thing that gradually needs to change, and by creating awareness here and telling about what has happened is one step towards this. To be able to tell the positive stories, also how we were able to mitigate an attack, and how we are still able to ensure the safety, you could say, or security of Visma data. Is of course an important thing also to tell about.
I would say that what you're doing now is kind of building towards that, because what you're doing is leading by example. So you're showing others how you can do it in a good way.
And kudos to you. And thank you, because I think it's important to tell about it. And yeah, I know that it perhaps will be of concern to some of our customers also, because now if they only get to hear Visma was attacked or was hacked, but these things happen every day to every companies. So I think if you don't hear anything from, say, some of your key providers, perhaps they are not transparent enough, and they're not open enough, because these things happen. And yeah, we would like to tell also the good stories and share our experience in these cases.
Yeah, and it usually actually happens also that after somebody goes public with is transparent with an attack and how it was resolved, they kind of there will be other companies coming out from the shell as well.
We can definitely hope that is the case.
Yeah. And yeah.
So we also have a question in the chat. Why can't Visma use Linux and Mac instead? Because most of the ransomware is for Windows.
Well, the idea in Visma is that we want to provide the tools that will benefit the users, and we have Linux and Mac also in our portfolio of workstations. We also have Windows. I think it's very difficult to really leave out the entire Windows portfolio. But yeah, basically we want to provide the tools that will ensure that our employees are efficient and happy also, because I think it's also a matter of happiness if you just get dictated that this is a machine you have to work with. Perhaps we will run into problems there and get some resistance. So yeah, basically we want to provide the tools, the best tools for the employees to work with.
All right. Do we have any more questions? Or I didn't see any more questions in the chat. Did you have any? Or
yeah, that's all I had.
Yeah. So with that, I would say thank you so much, Ole, for being transparent and showing the way.
Yes.
Being like you.
Thank you.
And thank you for inviting me. It has been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good.
All right, so with that, we give it over to the host.
Yeah. So in that case, we have reached the final, the end of this fantastic security conference that we've had. And at least we are very, very happy with the results of this conference. And I can also see that a lot of people have been posting nice things about it and asking a lot of questions. So we can see a lot of people attending and so on. So we will definitely do this again. Hopefully it will not take a year. We will do it prior to that. But thank you everyone for coming. Bye.
Yep.
Bye. Bye everyone.